Good weekend, all. Ira Epstein with your Spider ETF stock video, and this is your market wrap-up with the weekly edition for this Friday, Memorial Day weekend, the 27th of May, 2022. Be careful driving, eating, and the like. All right, interesting markets. You had 7 weeks in a row down in the S&P. You've never gone 8. And the market didn't go 8. You have had, and you are getting right now, a recovery bounce. Can they be powerful in bear markets? Yes. Do I think this is a bear market bounce? I do. Now, for those of you that wise guys that write me and go, oh, you don't even know what you're talking about, Ira, I agree. You don't have to be insulting on YouTube. Otherwise, I'll knock you off of there. It's that simple. But you're always in a bull market according to your thinking. What do I mean by that? Go back. You want to go back 150 years? 120 years? What part do you want to go? Inevitably, the stock market indices all go to higher highs. I concede. All of you, listen to what I just said. If the companies you bought today stay in business, they're probably going to be higher a decade from now, if they can stay in business. I don't know that they will, but here's what's going to happen. These indices are going to rotate those that can't make it, put in new ones that can make it. Inflation prices, because inflation generally drives things up as well, will carry things. We all know that a dollar doesn't buy what it bought 40 years ago. Do you disagree with that? If you do, don't listen to me anymore. It's just the reality of the situation. And inevitably, you're going to be higher. Does that mean that's the way to trade or invest? I don't think so. But long term, it's Warren Buffett's method to a degree. It's other people's. He does rotation. But the idea there is if a company's good, it's going to stay good, right? And if it doesn't stay good, he dumps it and rolls into something else. And he's certainly in value investing the greatest of my lifetime. So something to be said for that, and I get it. So don't be insulting. Is that fair enough? Give me a thumbs up if you like that. The other part of this is markets do move in waves, and those waves can last years. Example, did we not just come out of a bull market that I think at least peaked in this year? We broke down. This is the year that you went into your first 20% declines. So by most measures, people would say that's the correction. Now, how many of you have portfolios out there, stocks down 30, 40%? There's a number of you. Okay, a large number of you. I have friends that have great money investors, professional managed money, by the big boys. The name of the game is, are they doing as bad as the indices? So they're down. I don't know anyone that portfolio is basically up with that. Okay. So that's what trading is about to a degree. When you're looking at these videos, I'm not about investing. I am about trading. So if you don't get that, you should now get it and you should leave. You never have to look at this video again. I am not an investment advisor. I am a chart analyst about trading. Big difference. When you look this week at SOX, I've decided, hey, I was doing AMD, why not go to SOX and see what this is doing? So this is a weekly bar chart of SOX, and it has gone from just over 550 down to the 375 level. I know you're going to say, well, it's a correction. Folks, it's a 30-some-odd% break in the market value. Here's what it had done. It had been down here at 150. It tripled in value. It went up to 550, right? And now it's given back a third of that. Okay? You're probably going to tell me that's the buying opportunity. I get it. The bulls are always bullish. But as a trader, the opportunity to come out was right here. And then the bearish opportunities were over here as the market rolled down. And that's what I care about. So as I'm looking at the market, it is still in a downtrend. You still have lower highs, lower lows. You can't argue that fact. The market is trying its darn best to hold the first major moving average, the 100-week moving average of closes. The resistance in the market is 441, 38 to 40. Okay, if you take out 434.51, you break the pattern of lower highs, lower lows, and finally we get, if you want to call it, a bounce. That's all that I could call it. Until the market sets up a pattern of higher lows, higher highs, and closes over 441.38 with that pattern, I am not in the bull camp. I could have reasons to no longer be short, but I already had one. If you and I take a look, here is the market on its way down. Lower highs, lower lows. First support right here. What do I teach every time you see me? The odds of a market staying under or over a Bollinger Band are 5% of the time. It is a natural area on the first hit of it to take some money off the table. Bingo. I will say it to you all the time. My course is on my website. This is exactly what I teach in it. And that is where basis, well, maybe we should bring on this number. The Bollinger Bands, that is where you'd have covered half your short. Half, not all. If you lose the embedded reading by a close over 21 in it, you didn't do it there, but you did it now. You're supposed to come out of the market because the odds favor you're going back to the closest moving average above the market, which is the 18-day average, and you start your investments again looking, may not even be in SOX, it might be in something else. But is SOX a buy? No, not on that work. Reason not to be short, big difference. KBE, same thing. I had been bearish this all the way through. Then I said the combination of, and I'll take you there. Here we are coming into the 100-week and that number, and I said the combination of the 100-week and the lower Bollinger Band is where I'd expect to see short covering. Not new buying, short covering. People that have been betting the market's going to come down to come out of the market. You got into the areas right here, and for another part, you hit the 200-week. Whenever you first hit the 200-week, you're going to see me aggressively saying the long-term buyer is going to come in at that number. He did it back here. He will continue to do it until he realizes you're in a bear market and that number's not going to support the market anymore. You're not there. That's a one-year average. If you think it's more than that because it's a weekly chart. It's years of this average. There's 52 weeks, so a 200 week is a 4-year average in round figures. So coming down there, that's a support zone. I get it. And you're bouncing away from them. Okay, but more important to me is you lost the embedded reading. That is a reason to say goodbye to the trade. If it re-embeds, I'll take another look. If it doesn't, I'll see what it does. I still expect resistance 51.85. XLI. The market came down, and let's discuss this. This was the area we were looking here. You were with me on the weekends. These charts, other than SOX, I've had them up every week. This is where I said, and I'm sure I said it, momentum is down, but you're hitting the first area where I think the pros are going to cover shorts now. Market slipped through it. Market starts fighting at it, and you pop back. That's the point. Nobody can pick the top and bottom. It's luck, okay? Zones are a whole different thing. That's a skill. So you're looking for tight zones, not broad zones that, hey, I'm always going to be in the zone. Come on. That's like saying in the stock market, eventually it's always in a bull market. I started off that way. And go back and do your history. Every 10 years, the Dow's generally higher and all that. And it's because of what I explained, the rotations. The same 30 stocks aren't in there all the time. You know that. They rotate. What about the S&P 500? What about the 2000? What about the ones that go broke? They bring new ones in. They got more value. It changes the whole game. Okay. If you look at this, you're embedded. Now, this is the first challenge of XLE this week where you got here. What would I say? The chorus. Take some money off the table. First challenge, but embedded, not the whole thing. SPY, first challenge right here. As you're coming into that, I'd be telling you, cover shorts. Maybe you can slip down here. I'm positive I'd say that. But would I tell clients ever to sell under a Bollinger Band? Slap me across the face if that's what I do, because I won't do that. Now, If you take out on an outside week this high within 2 weeks of that occurring, which just happened, you often, not always, often, it's a sign the market wants a lift to the nearest main moving average. That could be the 430 area. That number will drop a little bit because the slope of the averages is falling. So price getting up to that could happen. It's only $15 away. I wouldn't be surprised. GLD. You have a market momentum down, but the battleground's right here. It's been there. This market has been fighting the 100-week moving average of closes for 6 months. It just keeps fighting at that number, not letting it go. Okay, I understand the inflation story. There's an element of people that want to own it, but there's nothing yet bullish about this chart. No, there's nothing super bearish. The pattern's higher high and lower low. I'm just caught in no man's land on that. Gold miners, what do you think I'd be telling you? Follow the 200-day average. Why would I ever tell a trader anything but the first time you hit a 4-year average, after you haven't hit it, you're going to find probable support at it. That's what you're trying to do. So where's the resistance now? Pretty simple. 35.29 to 35.24. It's going to be very hard to get through those numbers. ARK. Okay, eventually Kathy's going to get a break, and she caught one. Yes, she caught one. Classic embedded situation. You go down to the Bollinger Band, and when you hit it, you've had fresh sell signals along the way. That's the cover zone. If you lose the embedded reading, which lo and behold you did today, the odds favor, unless this thing embeds immediately next week, in other words, collapses again, where both numbers are under 20, odds favor the market's going to try to set up a rally to the 18-week moving average of closes. And from here, that's about $13 away. Be a heck of a nice rally. But interesting play, okay? This is the first time, I want to go on record, I am not bearish or stock on a weekly basis. Fair enough? I have been there. I've been saying I don't understand why people would be going into this. They have lost they've lost 3/4 of their value. This was a stock that was $159.70. It just got down to $26.10. So I know that those of you that hold on are diehards, but she's got a cult. They believe it. You lost most of your money. And now the question is, can she make it back? God forbid the guys that bought it up there are still in it. How many years is it going to take for you to get your money back, if it ever gets back? I don't know. Amazon, all of a sudden the battleground is crystal clear. You had 4 weeks under the Bollinger Band. I teach you that the most you typically get, generally speaking, you want to go to the casino table. If you're 5 weeks in a row under a Bollinger Band, it's rare that you get to the 7th. Did it happen in some of the stock indices? Just happened in the S&P, right? We had week after week, and you've done that. It's rare. It's the exception to the rule, dramatic. So a bounce here is in the cards. Now, it never did embed. So if you get over 23.16, it opens the door for short covering. But you got to get over the 23.16 to do it. All you've done is move to the right-hand side of the Bollinger Band. You have not yet said uncle to the short side. In Apple, classic. We were here last week talking. I said, you're under the Bollinger Band. Maybe you get to the 100-week average, but that's where the pros are going to be saying, okay. Could it get down to 97.68? Yeah, but that's another dramatic drop. What's going to make that happen? Don't see that. So I think the pros are just coming out of shorts, if they are short. First of all, I think they would have come out under the Bollinger Band right there. That's what I personally think. And now you're getting a small bounce in the market. Is this bullish? No. It is still very much in the bear camp, all the way up to 162.27. Get over 166.48, and you'd have to go back to the drawing board. Until that occurs on the concept of lower highs, lower lows, momentum, forget oversold. It's any way you want to look at it, it's not. We'll see what happens. Tesla, finding its footing against the Bollinger Band, the 100-day. It's been in a downtrend. I think the pros covered right here. The rest of it to me is just the gravy. I think they're out. So were there short plays? Galore. Let me just show it to you. Lower high, lower low. You rally to the 18-week average. Your stop's over that high. The door is open for the lower Bollinger Band is the first objective. You even hit the 100. You walk away from the market. That's what I think the pros did. So I think the selling pressure from aggressors on this trade has abated. Is there anything bullish? I don't see anything bullish on the chart. That doesn't mean it can't get short covering rally and go further. But is there a reason to buy? Do you have higher highs, higher lows? No. Do you have something on this chart that is screaming other than it's cheap on a relative basis? That I can argue it is. It went from 1152 to 620. It lost half its value. Tesla lost half its value. How many of you own Tesla there and you watched that happen? When you're an investor, you go, you're aggravated, but you don't sell it, right? So you're always looking, does it get a day up? But it has not thrown out new buy signals. Rivian, as I said, I didn't have the guts to step in against the lower Bollinger Band. I always have some money you want to throw away at things, but should have done it. Just throw away money. Here's a stock that's gone up a third already. The only reason I even watch it is because I believe in their trucks. I think they're going to have a hit with these trucks because they have a client with a big A name. Who is the client? If Amazon can keep Rivian, if they can deliver it, if they can get past this nonsense that they're having and can deliver some of these goods, I think they have a shot. But if like Ford dumped other things we saw this week in them, no, then you're going to not see these things develop. You always have to watch who's dumping what and things, and you have to wonder. But if their biggest client, and that would be their client is Amazon, as I understand it, away they go. They're here in Normal, Illinois. They've got problems galore. Every manufacturer of a car has supply issue problems. But like their one client, okay? And the chart's no longer fully in the bear camp. TLT, if you lose the embedded reading, you're going to get more of a rally, which will have my head scratching, I admit it. The trend is still down. You've ridden the Bollinger Band. The pros have been selling the rallies with an embedded reading, making money, in my opinion, in this. And that I understand. That one's the trade that I like. Okay. One of the things that traders use, and you might want to do it, is in stocks that people just want to be in and out of. There's a lot of you that do that all the time. Pivot points might be something you want to look at. I created a video series. I didn't create this indicator. A very famous trader did. And what it does is it looks at the previous day's range to develop a pivot with sell points above, where you're trying to buy back at the pivot, buy points under, and I attach my momentum of the slow stochastic to it. It's interesting. It's meant for in and out trading during the day. So if you're one of those type of traders and you're saying to yourself, I like this action, I want something more, take a look at it. It's a 3-part series that I created in videos. It's yours free. Go to our website under free offers. You can follow your cursor up to the top here. Give it a click when you see the icon. That'll take you there too. In the meantime, have a great Memorial Day. Don't drink too much. Certainly don't eat too much. And I'll see you all come Tuesday. Good holiday to you all. Bye-bye. Ira Epstein with your Morning Flash update. And this update is for Tuesday, the 31st of May, 2022, 8:30 a.m. Central Time, where you can see the stock market. Welcome back, right down. All right, part of that has to do with energy prices literally exploding, up 23 cents in heating oil, just so you'll know. So this market's exploding to the upside. Same on the energies. You want to move over to the August Brent, and you probably want to do that then if you're going to match them side by side with the WTI. You're down in the wheat market as now we're getting more talk about Turkey joining Russia, trying to figure out a way to create a safe corridor. One of the things I don't know how they'll figure out is how do you get the insurance companies on board, because all it takes is one lost ship and who's going to want to insure anything, and that creates nothing but problems. So there's going to be a meeting in about a week where Mr. Lazarev is going to go over from Russia with a military delegation to Turkey and try to figure out how they get around all this. On the energy market, in the metal market, we're a bit of everywhere. You were just down in silver, 40 some odd cents lower than this, 50 cents lower actually. And it has had a heck of a run back. Copper picking up. So China is opening. So you are seeing Shanghai opening up right now. The exact sequences, they're letting us know day by day. Beijing, as bad as it's been there, they're opening. But Tesla, Volkswagen, they are still not open yet in their plants there. Case-Shiller came out. The best investment you own is your home. Up 21.2% from a year ago month. Your stock portfolio is not doing that. The Conference Board Consumer Confidence comes out at 9 o'clock. The Dallas Fed is going to come out with their outlook at 9:30. In the Eurozone, record inflation. Need I tell you, by the way, this is low compared to another $4 up on energy and how much it matters to them. The CPI, 8.1% versus an estimated 7.6%. That's only going to go up. German consumer prices rose 7.9% on the year versus the forecast 7.5%. The core inflation, which excludes food and energy, slipped a little. Well, you know that. The energy is so important there. Spanish consumer prices rose 8.7% on an annualized basis. I just saw Italy's prices taken off. Spanish core inflation at 4.9%, the highest since 1995. In Europe, Gazprom is no longer supporting and sending its oil to Denmark. It's not a problem. Denmark had prepared for it already. You can see that through here. So we'll see what happens. And the European Union reached a deal with Hungary whereby it's a funny embargo. By sea, none of the European Union members will take oil, but by pipeline, they still will. That's how Hungary actually gets most of its oil. So therefore, they kept that open for a while. SWIFT, the banking system now, the Serb bank, that's been taken out of that as well. So the pressure's coming on. You see what energy prices are doing to the market. You can't get away from that argument. It's powerful. Dollar taking off against a number of currencies today. And Bitcoin up $2,700. So it's like at month end, the market is just going, let's get these markets all going back to the upside. Now I want to remind you, it's summer. Take advantage of summer. My charting course, you can complete it in no time at all. It's 54 chapters, video chapters, that teach you how to do swing lines, what are they, how to draw them yourself, work with expensive.
Take it back Tuesday. Let's go. Take it back. $4.11 target hit. Next stop. $4.11.90. I'm sorry. $4.10.25. It's going to take some time though. This is a tricky chart. That $4.11.25 right to the penny. See this? Right to the penny. I put this line here right when this candle printed right here. It's a little 1 minute falling wedge breakout. But there should be one more push back towards low a day. Might take another 20-30 minutes though. But I'm sitting tight on these 410s here because there's no momentum here. So wherever this move takes us in the next hour or so, I'll be looking to dump these 410s and then reassess. IT, how did those puts work out? Did you hold them over the weekend? Well, speaking of puts, I'm not really in the mood to go into detail right now because I'm still kind of tired. But yeah, Friday was an exact repeat of last Monday. So obviously timing is everything, so it really doesn't matter. But as you can see here, we pretty much tagged that 410, which what I was looking for this whole time right in here. But I'll explain why I was wrong later once I have the energy to dig deep into it. I can see exactly what my mistake was, and it's an easy mistake to look out for, and won't happen again, that's for sure. Pretty much the same thing that happened last Monday when when I was shorting that tape, and then on Monday when the futures opened back up at 5 o'clock, they literally gapped down to the target I wanted, and then some into the next day. But again, that doesn't matter because timing is everything, especially if you're trading dailies. So yeah, we're probably going to get some kind of 5-minute boner candle is my guess to 410. Possibly on the next candle or two. Because based on the posture of the chart, it's not ready to go back up. I mean, it really depends because they could pull some kind of shenanigans here, break high day to 414, and then go, But I'm guessing because it is end of the month, we're going to go lower first, and then they're going to try to close it nicely to close out the month. I didn't really look into the numbers of what the month will probably close, but I don't think we're closing green. That's for sure. That's not what caused the spike. But that's the excuse behind it. The chart's going to do what the chart's going to do no matter what. Friday was just a squeeze. I'll talk about it later. I'll go over the chart and explain why that was a orchestrated squeeze. It's a really tough setup today because on one hand the daily definitely wants 420 on the current push. I would be shocked if we don't see 420 this week. But at the same time, we really need a pullback and a pretty good one. So I would say there's probably 5 or 10% chance it gets crazy and we go to 407. That would be some kind of spike, big shakeout. But the reason I think I'm not saying 407 is going to happen. I mean, 409 is definitely my area that very likely to hit today, maybe 408. But the reason is because a big shakeout today will reload the gun for the next push higher in the next couple days. But right now, this is going to be a very slow tape. Hopefully not, because it's going to really kill this 410 of what it could do. I mean, right now I'm down on it. I didn't take my what was it, a 35% profit on that last push lower. I'm not in it for less than at a minimum 50%. So we got a flag inside of a flag. We got this bull flag inside of this bear flag. The bear side is supportive of another push lower. I hope they put a stop to this bounce here because that's just going to hurt this flag right here. So yeah, look how that lines up there. So that kind of lines up with this target. So I'm looking for about 410 and a quarter on the next push lower. Now if they come down here in the next 5-10 minutes, that'll set up a likely move even lower because they're backfilling all this stuff right here. Screw Kelly. Very tough tape today. Very tough tape. And the reason is because we got that monthly close. Yeah, let's look at the monthly. Can you guys hear me good? See, even if we close where we are right now, we're still closing the month green. It doesn't matter if we close green or not. Again, it's very tough. It's very tough to say. Should be the same as it was on last week. I didn't really change anything. Should be the same as it was on last week. I didn't really change anything. Sounds pretty quiet here on my end. Sounds pretty quiet here on my end. Wow, it's actually very quiet. Sounds pretty quiet here on my end. Wow, it's actually very quiet. Wow, it's actually very quiet. I didn't change anything. How does it sound, Vlad? Do I sound the same as last week? I didn't change anything. How does it sound, Vlad? Do I? I'm playing the video on my end, and I sound very quiet. I didn't change anything. How does it sound, Vlad? Do I? I'm playing the video on my end, and I sound very quiet. I'm playing the video on my end, and I sound very quiet. Video on my end, and I sound very quiet. Oh, never mind. Video on my end, and I sound very quiet. Oh, never mind. Okay, now it's better because when I plug in the mic, it lowers my Mozilla bar for whatever reason. Okay, now it's better because when I plug in the mic. See, this is what's very concerning on this monthly chart. Is where we are right here. I mean, I think we're going much higher. SPY's going to see 1,000 when this bull market is all said and done. So, however, this is a deep pullback as far as the Stochs is concerned. Yeah, I was thinking 414 all along. You know, they're just playing games here. I was hoping they would make it on the last run. So let's see. Yeah, It looks like they're going to 414. You know, it's again, it's a very tough day to call. Very, very tough day. Because maybe what if we do fill the gap and we just have a crazy continuation of this move here? I mean, that's very possible. But the gap down, it's very tough to say here. I mean, technically, this bull flag we're in 1475 is the target. No, it's not the same as Friday. It's a totally different day. Totally different day. All I have to say is the market's not acting like it normally does since Thursday. Yeah, man, this posture is just, man, it is just really tough to say. I mean, you can trade the 5 minute, and obviously we're going higher. We're definitely going to make a run for the 14, probably break it. But when you're looking at the overall picture today, it is just the chart is very indecisive in either direction. I mean, clearly the trend is up right now. So I'm not saying you know the 407 would be a best case if we get some kind of rug pull. I mean, I'm not at all. Um, Realistically, 409 is my number. I still think they break low a day, and we can see 409. That's what I'm looking for. You have 415s for today. Oh, okay. I was going to say 415s for today. That's quite out there. See, look how crazy it is. The volume's actually much heavier. Not much, but it's heavier than Friday. 414.75. 414.75. Yeah, get out of Robinhood. That's garbage. Speaking of Robinhood, it's going 11 maybe today. I was looking at this. Man, this 4-hour chart is very, very strong. Yeah, now that I look at it, it looks like we could fill that gap, and even then some. Because we're still in squeeze mode. It's hard calling the top here, and again, when I mean top, I'm not talking back to 400. I'm talking just a regular pullback. You know, a normal pullback, a healthy pullback on this move would be back to 407. And again, that's not what I'm shooting for today. But the way it's looking, it looks like this may be a blow off. We may, blast that gap and maybe go to like 417. It's a very tough tape to call because the posture of the MAs on a lot of time frames are crazy extended, crazy extended. See, this is unfortunate because I was hoping they kept going. I was favoring the long side if they kept going from the open or from this move down. I was looking for 409, 409 and a quarter on those 410s. I would have been happy with that. And then I'd be looking to buy the dip. I was calling for the 410s under 2. Under 1 or close to 1 would have been awesome, as you can see. But that's how the market works. Yeah, I mean, look at this 15 minute. If they keep going, I mean, look at the 9 right here. If they just keep going, this is going to be some kind of blow off here. Very tough to say. Yeah, I mean, if they fill the gap, they're not stopping at the gap. If we fill the gap, I'd probably say we could see 417. But right now, it's an absolute chase, just based on the posture of the MAs. I mean, look at the 15 minute. It's tough to trade charts at the end of their moves. And I'm not saying picking tops or bottoms. I'm just saying just it's hard to trade it in general. So once at least the 1 hour, then the 4 hour, once those start to turn, telling you that the trend is likely changing, that makes it a lot easier. Because once that chart settles in, once that momentum begins to turn, it's a lot easier to take those trades in the direction of that momentum change. So yeah, they're probably going to fill the gap on this 15 minute. We're going to spike it here. Now, is this a naturally occurring squeeze? Are these natural market forces at play here? That people are getting squeezed and chasing, and is this naturally working out, or is this being guided in a certain direction? If it was a penny stock or a small cap or something, that's a whole other story. But we're talking the S&P 500 here. trading like a small cap or penny stock these past few days. Yeah, we're busting through. We're definitely hitting 416. I'm thinking maybe even 417. So this is actually turning out pretty good here because looks like we're getting our blow off now. Heck, yeah, 417. We're going to 417. Yeah, whoever's long, you're in the middle of a squeeze here, so I would sit tight until 416 at a minimum. And there's the gap. We are green. See, if it wasn't for the monthly close, this probably wouldn't happen. If it wasn't for that monthly close. Typically on a day like today, they won't fill the gap. You know, they'll go up into here, maybe break these pivot highs right here, but typically they'll come short of the gap on a day like today. But that monthly close, it's hard to explain, but they need to patch up that monthly candle. Now where we close is a whole other question. We could, we can close above anywhere above 412, and it'd be fine. As far as that monthly candle, it would still be green and it would still be kind of patched up. I mean, look at the volume right here, just to show you that it's a squeeze. So coming out of this hole here, this pretty weak volume right here, coming out of the hole, decreasing volume, and then all of a sudden, bang, bang, bang. Once the squeeze is on, once that pivot's broken, the squeeze is on. Yeah, I think 417 has a shot. Not on this run necessarily, but this could go a lot higher. I bet it was. I got, I think, 44.34 on the ES final target. Was it 44? Yeah, 44.34. As far as the ES candle, this would look like a normal close coming out of a move like this. A doji, just a pause. That's what I'm guessing. That we're gonna close somewhat like this, maybe green, maybe not, but I want to say it closes as a doji. Now SPY is gonna be different because they had the gap down. So SPY is likely gonna close green. Could still close a doji depending how much higher they go. If we hit that 417 and then fade off of that. Yeah, this is very interesting. Very, very interesting. If this candle holds up here above 415 on the next hourly candle, it would be nice if they came back to 413 on a dip. I might be looking at the 415s if that plays out that way. So 413.50 did buy for the push to 416, maybe 417, and then reverse it again for some 415s to the downside if we get some kind of blow off. It's very interesting. The way it's looking here, it doesn't look like they're going to be coming back to 413.50, but looks like they're going to keep going. This might be just one big squeeze blow off. Maybe 414 and a quarter. And I got such good sleep all weekend, and today, I swear to God, I wake up to pee and then I can't go back to sleep. Only happens on trading days. It's like my body knows, and it just gets energized knowing that the market will be open. So I'm on like at best 5 hours of sleep. I can feel it. How crazy would it be if we beat bottom to the low day or back to that pivot and then put in some kind of inverse head and shoulders or head and shoulders on the regular chart? It is just really tough to call today. But really what should happen it should be a buy the dip based on this 15 minute. So they ain't done to the upside. So let's see how they act around 413.50. If they could spike it down here on the tail candle on this 15 minute or the next one, looks like that could be a good dip buy. But these 15 minute MAs, they need a little bit of time here to catch up. What's interesting is the hourly. Because if the next hourly candle can close green, maybe even as a doji might work. That's probably going to set it up for a push into the close. It's just so tough to say. Here's that 50 finally trying to cross that 100. So when we close, that 50 will be at 401 at best. That 50 will close like right here, somewhere around here. So if they do charge it into close, we might get a blow off at the open tomorrow. And then maybe tomorrow or Thursday, we come back down to 407. Maybe fill that gap. It's tough to say, but this 4-hour chart says the squeeze isn't over. So high day's not in. On the next candle on this chart, they should take out those highs. I mean, it would be cool if we got something crazy like, I'm thinking, well, 416 for sure, maybe 417, 418. Get people chasing for that 420, and then maybe tomorrow they try to hit it off that open, and then we get our blow off. All right, that 413.50 is coming up. I'm not taking the trade. I'm waiting for the chart to firm up a bit. Let it consolidate this pivot, and then possibly get in for the move to high day. But if we can hold this 50, this flag will take us to 417.50, depending how deep they cut that 13.50. They might do 13. Very tough to say. Very tough to say. Because that was a squeeze, so people are looking to get in on the dip here. But we're very extended, so they ain't going to just take off for another leg anytime soon. You didn't? Oh, I expected it. I was calling it all along. I thought maybe if they kept this squeeze going, I was calling for 414.25. If that held, they could have kept pushing it to 416, got a quick blow off. It was either that or 13.50. But a little part of me is kind of skeptical, like that maybe they pull the rug back down to 412. It's see, that's another thing too. You don't have to trade every setup. As the saying goes, wait for the trade to come to you. Wait for your setup. So just because the market's moving and doing stuff, you don't have to be involved in every setup. That's what's hard to do. It's hard to sit on your hands and not buy this breakout right here on this candle. I mean, no matter where the market's going to head today, this was a buy right here. Breaking this pivot, and it didn't quite. It came a little short of these pivots on the back test, but buying this dip right here, that's a buy no matter what. You've got to buy this. Not for this, but for at least breaking this. You got to buy this to break this. Now this should hold here. We should firm up around here, maybe 413. That's what should happen. But the hourly, let's see how they close that hourly. Because man, this is a very how do I put it? A very shaky posture for the bulls on this hourly right here for today. See, really, this hourly in the next 5 minutes needs to close that 14, above that 14. I mean, above the 75 at a minimum. 1375, well above that at a bare minimum. Ideally above 14, that's what the bulls want. See, because when you flip the chart, we could be setting up for a very nice blow off top bearish divergence here, which would give us a bullish divergence here. Man, I don't see that happening though. This is man, I think we dipped first. This posture right here, this is a very strong, we're looking at it from the long side here, going short. This is telling you, okay, we're due for a bounce. We're getting some kind of bounce here. If you look at this retrace of just the Thursday, Friday squeeze, That 409 is a 38% retrace. Perfectly healthy, not even challenging the gap. Not even challenging. So, that could happen. Possibly dip a little bit more tomorrow to the 50%, to that 407, and then reload for the next leg higher through 420. All right, now that I'm waking up a little bit more, I'm a little more awake to talk. Not quite yet ready to talk about Friday, because that's going to take quite a bit of energy to explain Friday. But as far as Thursday and Friday is concerned, they didn't let you in. It was a total chase on both days. Unless you were already in before Thursday for a swing, Thursday and Friday was a very tough tape to get in. And now, mind you, both days that I was fighting it, I had great entries near the top. So I'll explain that a little bit later as far as the short I was looking for and how just got royally screwed. Well, on both days, on Thursday I ended up making money on that trade because we caught that dump into the close. But Friday was just unbelievable. We're in the 1 point range for I think it was almost 3 hours of 1 point range. But I'll explain that trade later and what I did wrong. So this will be a very interesting close here. Very interesting. Coming after this big move here. Man. See, because you got to think too. Yes, they're squeezing, but there's still a lot of people thinking that the bull market's over, and there's so many people trapped. I mean, you got to look at tech. Look how tech got absolutely destroyed, and everyone's in tech. So eventually you're going to run into a lot of sellers looking to get out after the market was in bear market territory. So that's what makes this move a little different than prior bounces, is you got a lot of people trapped that want out. However, I still think we're going to 450. Not in this run, obviously, but very tough to say. Less likely at the moment, but a divergence to test the lows or possibly take out the lows, that's not out of the question. So if we kind of hang around up here, we get stuck up here, at or under 420, we could get some big, 5-point red day on SPY. If we're at 420 back to 415, or from 415 back to under 410, and that could start a sell-off to retest the lows. I don't think that's the less likely scenario, in my opinion. I think we consolidate this, pull back a little bit, and make another run, back up to 430. before it's all said and done. Forgot what was my target. 40. I have it on the ES. I forgot what it was. 44.34. So 44.34 is about, what would that be in SPY? Okay, so 44.34 and 443. 44.34, 443. That's my target. Yeah, it's very tough to say. If they don't come back in June to retest the lows or possibly undercut them, they'll likely be back, like end of summer, maybe October. I think they come back. So how that would look out, maybe some big W bottom. So this somehow comes up to here, and then maybe at the end of the summer, they come back down here, and then maybe going into fall, people are thinking we're going to crash. We're going to get the October crash, and they turn it back around to rip it into, the best time of the year, into fall and winter trading. Well, there you go, to the penny almost so far. At 413.50. So yeah, it should hold. So yeah, at 417.50, if this holds up here, where are those 415s at? $1.25. Well, could have had them at $1 there. Yeah, I hope this continues. The quicker the better. Looks like they're wanting to do it. There's going to be a big dump coming either today or tomorrow. And we're talking a good 5 points off the high. If this continues and we do hit 417.50, let's say in the next hour and a half, that could set up the blow off top rug pull back down to, I don't know, 412. AMC to 17, maybe tomorrow. And that Blue versus Wall Street guy, man, he's hilarious. The tales he weaves regarding AMC is just so funny. I mean, this was essentially the greatest short since that run up. And you got so many people believing in the story. You know how many people got suckered in this move through 30? This big squeeze. People were chasing this, thinking this thing's just going to take off. Oh, it's going to go at least to 50. Man. Down 70% off the highs from that last run up. No bounce. Look at this. Everyone buying. People here buying the dip, cost averaging down. No bounce. We're finally bouncing. And this thing will be lucky to hit 20. So people on this big just bleed and fade down. They probably couldn't wait to buy it at 20. And now it's going to be lucky to go back to 20. I think I caught part of the move. I think I caught it on this day. This day or this day? I forgot. I caught part of this move here. I'm keeping my eye on these wheat stocks because I think they're going to run them this summer. They're way overdue. Way overdue. So as the market starts getting lifted up, these will follow. But these are so due for some kind of move here. It's going to take some time here, maybe end of summer. I mean, it'll probably be like end of summer into fall. Maybe not till end of year. Or this, CGC maybe makes a run to 10, doubles from where it is right now. But it's going to take some time here. I mean, I can't believe this thing. Unbelievable. I played it actually right here. I caught this candle here. I caught it really good. I'll show you where I caught it. Right here. Starting with this gap up. So I was in some 23s or 20. I think I was in some 23s here. Caught this gap up right here. And then here I bought the dip and held half into the close, and at the open here I got back in and I essentially top ticked this move right here. It was a really sick move. Want to hear a crazy story? I actually turned during this time here in May last year, starting with CGC, then going to Space. I literally turned $200. At its peak, it was 7K. I'm not even joking. In 2 weeks, I turned $200 into 7K at its peak. On the closing basis, it was like 200 to 5,500, and then from 5,500, it peaked at like maybe 7,500. I remember that day, and I got greedy. But yeah, this was a pretty sick couple of weeks here a year ago. And I just cannot believe this thing. I mean, look at this thing. Are you kidding me? It's literally down 90% off that high. I mean, look at it. How sick is this? Look at this run up, almost to all-time highs, and it's just game over just like that. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Talk about a blow off top. If you want to see a blow off top. I mean, I cannot believe it. The whole time the market's ripping, and this just is bleeding and bleeding and bleeding. I mean, it's unbelievable. Unbelievable that just you didn't get any good bounces. Yeah, here from 10, you got a 50+% bounce. But I mean, this is just unreal. This bounce is going to be epic once it really sets up. People are going to want to be playing the bounce, and then plus once you see the wheat stocks heat up again, everyone loves to hop in those. So this reversal, this thing's going back to 20. Where was it at? Yeah, 22. It's going back here where it came from. When? I don't know. I mean, definitely a year from now it'll be there, is my guess. But when this runs up, it's going to be epic. It's going to need a little more time. You need this 200 to catch up to begin the run. But this is going to be an epic squeeze, bounce play, whatever you want to call it. I mean, look on earnings on Friday. New 52-week lows. How sick. This was capitulation here. That was a very big volume. That was some very good volume there. That's capitulation. Where are we at here? Alright, so this is good. 417.50 it is. Well, 417.60. Let's put an alert there for the target. we're still very extended here, but they could flag out a little bit. They didn't fill the gap, pull back and come back up just to roll over. So let's see, ideal scenario. Ideal scenario. They hit that 417.50 and we get some capitulation into that move. And then we get some kind of crazy rug pull back to 412. And then from 412 we bounce to 414, possibly closing 414, maybe a little higher into the close. That's my ideal scenario going forward for today. We'll see how it plays out here. See, that's the crazy part too. Normally after a day like this is going to be the consolidation day. See, because the MAs are starting to get all clustered. Okay, so they're all fanned out here. It's making the move, kicked off with the Fed, making the move. And now here, normally on a day like today, normally on a day like today, if it wasn't month or the end of the month, normally they wouldn't fill the gap, and we'd have some kind of inside day. That's normally what would happen. So if there's anything I could really say for sure is that they're not going to close on the highs, and they're very likely not going to close green. That's my opinion on the SPY. What really annoys me too is these days that I can't get good sleep. 90% of the time, I'm much better off had I even slept in. Waking up past 9 o'clock. So, like waking up somewhere here. I actually trade much better towards noon or the afternoon. and I hate the summer. Now that I'm streaming, it creates even more heat in my room. The air is on, but still, I hate the heat. Should break hiding in the next 5 minutes. Oh, I forgot my V-Web. I always take it off because it adds more clutter. Oh wow, yeah. So this is going to be a really nice setup here. This should turn out as the blow off top. 417.50 in the next 40 or so minutes would be ideal. But we are getting the blow off top here. The quicker it gets there, the better. Look at this 1 minute. I hope it looks like this is kicking off right here. But this may hold it back for now. It's tough to say. All right, here we go. Here we go. Speaking of the VIX, let's take a look at the VIX. It's crazy. It traded yesterday, but it's nowhere near the gap. This looks like a divergence here. Hopefully we get that 417.50 because this is setting up here for a bullish divergence on the VIX. So I hope they do blow it off here because that's going to make a very nice short if they could hit that 417.50. But the longer they kind of, this chart's getting a little tired just based on the posture. They made it up all the way up here. They should go higher, and I hope they do because the higher the better. So 416 on this next 15 minutes should get hit. Got a little doji pause. That should build some energy for the next move higher. No, it's going to happen way before that. This move should be done this hour, is my guess. You'll see high day this hour. A gap up tomorrow would be awesome. Depending how today plays out, a gap and crap tomorrow would be awesome. It said sell when I said what? High day this hour? As it looks right now, we should see high day this hour and not begin to fall apart until the next hour. By fall apart, I mean pull back. But best case, if we get that blow off and a dump was like 412. That's my guess. I mean, depending how it sets up, I don't think they're gonna get, because it's end of month, so it's unlikely they do something crazy like break low day. I mean, that's possible too. Some big dump, and then we could V bottom out of that dump to still close, like 412. Because right now, any moves are going to be quick and violent. And right now, the daily is still saying buy the dip. So these smaller time frames, if you get some big dip, you're going to get a nice big bounce. It's unlikely to stick. Despite how extended we are on, the other time frames. Because what's happening right now is these time frames are playing catch up. So the longer we hang around up here, the more time there is for these MAs to play catch up. I really hope we hit that 1750. Because if this starts to kind of fall apart here, it ruins the trade on both sides. So if they do fall apart here, I want them to fall out of that. This is putting a pretty big damper right now. If this doesn't firm up here, we might get a rug pull here. Let me look at these, let's say like the 412s. What is getting volume here? Right now you want to be looking for any volume spikes in the at the money puts if this is going to go anywhere. Because even if at a minimum there's going to be some big hedging going on at a minimum. So the 412s here, I don't see anything crazy here. I don't see any big volume spikes on the puts. Nothing out of the ordinary at the moment. So, because right now the MACD is in trouble. As in, they're going to have to hold it here. They're going to have to hold this 414.50 maybe for a couple candles, and then just jam it up higher. So this is a little because you also have to think too. Here's something you can't forget. The big boys, they can't be selling tops here, okay? They have to. I mean, this right here, this is a normal pullback after this move. There's nothing unusual here. I mean, yeah, pick the volume, but that's because we had a little quick washout here. Over a point on this candle. But you also have to think, the big players, they have to sell into strength. They need that volume. So I'm not saying that's what it is, but just keep that in mind. So like this volume right here, you better believe there were some bigger players here selling into this move here, into that squeeze with all that volume here. Above the VWAP band here, extended, all that stuff going on here. They're selling into that. So they got a gift. Because all the people that bought on Fed Day here, all this volume, remember we were playing this? I caught this dip low right here. All this volume here, all the people that were buying here, you know, 20 points lower. They got a gift on this move here. Obviously, he had to squeeze into the close. This was big volume here. Look at that candle. 4 million shares on this buy here. So they were definitely selling into this squeeze into the close. But, this right here, too, was they got another gift at these prices here. Now, granted, this even went higher. So this went higher here. They got to sell into after the close or whatever. But, yeah, when you look at it here, 417.50 is a stretch when you look at it on this chart. But you never know. They grind up here, close 416. You get some capitulation, blow off top, big tail candle here. Now, see if we do get something like that with a tail candle on the 5-minute, like a 1.5 point SPY 5-minute tail candle. It's probably going to retrace, maybe 38% of that tail candle, because they're not going to let you in, because everyone's going to be running for the exits after a nasty candle like that, if it plays out that way. Oh yeah, okay, so see, they're holding it together, see, because I said that the 5-minute MACD was getting a little worrisome for the bulls, and look what they're doing here. They're patching it up. See how that works? Powell speaks at 5 Eastern. At 5 Eastern? That's kind of a weird time. I hope that squeezes the futures higher. I want to gap up tomorrow. So maybe we do get some kind of capitulation here at 417.50, hopefully. Blow off. Back down to 412. Bounce back to maybe 413, 414. That capitulation just to shake everyone out, get people in short, and then gap it up tomorrow. Just to screw those people, and then we finally get the real pullback. That would be really nice. But, this candle really needs to close green here. To keep this blow off going. Yeah, look at that volume here. Nobody's buying this move up here. We'll start seeing the volume pick up once we break 416. looking back in hindsight, I see where I missed a really good buy. Right here, this candle right here was an excellent buy entry, even if you just bought the close. But obviously the dip in hindsight it's obvious, but the reason being is because of this 9. So this is very unlikely that this were to continue like this, and then also here with the rising 20 curling up like this. So this strong reversal right here, that was a very strong signal to look to go long. Again, not expecting a gap fill on the run, but at least a high day break, likely 414. I was calling for 414 all along here. I was hoping they would have did it here, a quick move, because normally on a gap like this, normally they'll come up to 414, maybe break 414.50, and then that's it. Normally that's how these play out. That's what I was looking for. Then the rollover, breaking low a day, and then from there buying that dip. That's what I really wanted. So this 5-minute isn't looking too good for the bulls right here. Doesn't mean it's over, but it really needs to firm up for them to push high day. See here, right here we got below, above, below. Obviously indecisive, doesn't mean it just has to continue, but this is kind of putting a damper on this 5-minute that now could possibly set up that if we do break lower, then it probably won't be. They'll probably just consolidate it. But right now it's going to take a little bit more time here. Not until the next 15-minute if they're going to break the high. Or 416 for that matter, because they could break the high in this one. Or 416 and above, likely not till the next 15-minute if that ends up playing out that way. See, I want them to do it really quick because we get that capitulation. Look where the 200 is. As this creeps up, you get that blow off. My guess is 412, and by that time the 200 will be under it. It's tough to say here. We also have this trend line here, but I don't know if they're going to do that much today, because this is the trend line off the Fed low. This is the Fed day right here, this trend line. So this kicked off this big move here. I mean, look, we haven't seen it. I'm sorry, this was the Fed day. This was Fed day. Anyway, so off the lows here, this is the trend line. Hasn't seen it since the Fed day. I mean, not even anywhere close. That monthly close is really messing here. Uh-oh, they might crack this open here. They might crack this open here. They might crack this open here. Oops. Let's see. On the ES chart, it doesn't look as bad. It looked worse on the SPY. And also another thing too, targets aren't guaranteed. So even though we have 417.60 target off that flag, I mean, there's no guarantee this flag has to play out. Flags aren't 100%. Flags are probably for sure 80% probability, depending on context too. I mean, flags for sure would be 80% in my opinion. Okay, so we might be getting a boner here. I think I'm looking at the 413s here. Things are changing here. And we could get that move to 412. This is changing things right here. This is changing things because this is going to be a surprise. A surprise rug pull is what it's looking like. And that upper VWAP band was concerning the whole time. Not that I was long, but that's what was making me second guess that 417.50 push. Yeah, we could get a little bit of surprise move here. It's tough to say here. Tough to say. On the 1 minute, it doesn't look so hot. But we are going lower here. Now with this dip here, it's unlikely, this is going to correct and we're just going to go to 416. That's my guess. But got that hourly. This is a very interesting posture. It really is. A very interesting posture. Man, it is a tough tape to call. So right now that 417.50 is off the table for now. Unless this reverses hard. This 30-minute has to close a doji at a minimum for that move through 416. No, they're setting up here. So this is a critical candle right here. This has to get bought up or fade on this chart. So right now, it's not looking good for the bulls right now. So I'm looking at the 413 puts on this next candle if we close above this pivot or below this pivot, however you want to look at it. If we close below 414 and a quarter on this 15 minute, I'm going to be looking at the 413s. For the moves to 412, that'd be my target. Yeah, see that VIX, remember I was telling you on that 5 minute? That VIX on the 5 minute was showing a bullish divergence on the VIX. Right here. So this divergence is playing out right here on the VIX. Now there's a lot of work to be done here, so it's, they're not going to really wake up till the next 15-minute candle before like a real move happens, most likely based on this posture. But you could see the VIX run up to like 27, possibly spike it to 27 and a quarter or something like that. But the SPY, this I've seen this setup before, and this is looking more like they could open and flush. We could flush out here. On the ES, not so much. Usually the ES chart is the better looking chart for a flush, but because we have all this here, we have some space obviously if we break here. I don't think we're gonna. As far as the downside, 409 at best is my guess. If this cracks open, that's my guess. We should get a bounce. A little bit more time here for this 9 here. Close down here. So there should be some kind of bounce here. See, you always got to look at all the charts. You got to look at all the charts. See, this is telling me, we could hit that 412. We could go lower, hit that 412. But we're gonna close above 412 for sure. That's my guess. But right here, we might be getting a flush here. Possibly back to this trend line right here. If you look at SPY, see SPY's trend line's way out there. Ah man, this is tough. When we look at the different charts here, it is tough. It is tough to say here. Because you know what? They very well could still hold it together here. But as I was saying, for the bears, this 15-minute needs to close. Now that I think about it, it needs to close below 414 on this 15-minute. We got a 4-hour close coming up here too. So the way the 4-hour is looking right now, it's saying we're close to this move beginning to try to come to an end. I still think tomorrow we have a very good chance of going higher. I hope they gap it up, and tomorrow we get some kind of big capitulation from the open. So yeah, so this close isn't looking too good here now for the bears. Doesn't mean they can't go lower here, but as far as the look at the chart. Alright, I had a bid on those 413s. I moved it down. As it stands right now, we're pulling back. How much and what it turns into is another question. But we're pulling back right now, obviously. But the 5-minute is saying we should break this pivot, if only on a spike. Did you guys hear that? If you did, it was my stomach growling. I got the headset sitting in my lap. Yeah, so if they close 414 on this hourly and 15-minute, I'll be looking to get some 13s on the bounce on the next candle. For the move to 412. So far it's looking like that's going to play out here. But you can see this 50 right here. I'm sorry, that's the 100. Are we going to get some just quick flush surprise, or will they let you in? So right now it's looking good for the bears. This is what the bears wanted here on this hourly. No, I think we see 412. I think we come up. We have a shot at coming up into here. A little fake out, but then I think they should bounce it back. All right, but where does that close at? Okay, so they got that decent close there. So I'm looking at the 413s. You know, this hourly doesn't say 412 on this hourly. That's for sure. Again, tough to call. Look at that 20 way up here. Just crossing the 200 on the hourly. What's throwing a wrench in the wheels here is the monthly close. That's what makes today a wild card day. That monthly close. Where are they going to close that month at? Because you know the bull market's not over. So in order to hold the posture of the monthly chart, you know, they got to close it as best as possible. So the month opened at 412. You know, I say we're definitely closing above 412. That's my guess. Likely above 414 or close to 414. That's my guess. See, the weekly says it's still possible. You know, again, they come to 420, 4 1/4, maybe 430, and they could still make that next move back to the lows. You know, on the weekly it would look like a double bottom, possibly undercut the lows. See, what's concerning is the NASDAQ had its full healthy correction. SPY didn't get close to that. And the NASDAQ leads. And normally the NASDAQ has relative strength. So now the NASDAQ is showing more weakness while SPY is holding it together, probably because you have energy holding it up and the financials. So if we do get that retest of the lows this summer, at the end of summer, NASDAQ could lead, meaning it had its full correction, okay? It had its 50% correction. So the NASDAQ, if the SPY comes down to these lows, or maybe undercuts them somehow, because maybe energy takes a hit, okay? NASDAQ doesn't hit the lows. NASDAQ shows strength relative to SPY, as it normally does, and then the bottom's in. That's my guess of how it's going to play out. Because this weekly needs a lot of time to repair itself. It's not going to just V bottom. We could get some kind of a V bottom, but they'll probably turn into like a W bottom on the bigger time frame. Well, right now this isn't going to just turn on a dime and we're going to rip. Alright, so these 413s, according to their chart, should hold between 67 and 71 cents. But they got a lot of volume on this 1 minute. But nonetheless, they should, if you want to use that chart, it should hold around here. And I didn't pull my order, so I'm in the 413s here. I tried pulling it because it was coming down, it was bouncing pretty quickly. It's only one. Looks like we got a gap right here. It's going to fill this gap at a minimum. We'll see. Right now the chart's very tricky here. Very, very tricky. Are they going to squeeze to the highs and go for, 416, 417? Or do we get some kind of rug pull first? It's very tough to say right now. I mean, obviously this is a bear flag if you're looking at it from the short side. I didn't pull my order in time there. Damn it. Because even if we are going to see 412 later, I wanted to get in on the next candle on this hourly. Yeah, I mean, we're just retracing this tail candle here on the hourly. It doesn't mean we can go, because when you look at it from the bull side, you can see that tail candle, they want short. So, they can get a pie in the face. They hop on this tail candle here. Because now you look at here, you got this tail candle here, but it's looking like they could keep pushing it here. So I didn't mean to get in on those 413s. I tried, literally, I was about to hit the cancel button, probably like 3 seconds away, and then I got filled. So, people see this and they're like, okay, time to short. It's probably the wrong answer. They're probably going to hold this together. Yeah, it looks like they are. Unless they hang around this 415 level for a couple candles, Doug, there's a chance to eat some time off the clock here against 415. Again, I didn't want to get in those 430. It's only one. I just had a bid for one there. But right now, it's anyone's call whether they push the new high day here. Never works out like you want it to, because what I really wanted was this to turn into some kind of flush. I wasn't going to catch it. And then from here we get the bounce, and then I wanted to play that bounce. But I'm only in one of those 413s, and I got in at 64, so I don't have a bad entry there. At first I was looking at around 70, 71 cents to get in, but I lowered my bid under there because I'm like, they're not going to just, they're likely not to, based on the 1 minute chart, they weren't going to just pull the rug. So I put my bid under there because it didn't look like we're just going to fall out of bed on that 1 minute. But I'll go throw in a few alerts here, see what happens. Again, I'm just looking for 412 here, no low day or anything crazy here. I did get a good entry on those, so no matter what happens here, as long as they don't just squeeze it up, aside from them just squeezing it up here, I should be okay. But right now it's anyone's game right now. See, what's concerning from the bear side is they already came back twice. If they come back again, they're not stopping. We're going to 412. If they break this, we're going to 412. I hope that happens, because I want some kind of really good dip to buy. Some kind of decent dip, some kind of decent flush. We really didn't get that today. I mean, from the open here, this is just one candle here, and then you're in here. This was just a little dip. I want some kind of flush, because the lower the better to go long off that bounce. That's what I wanted all day here. I mean, we'll see. Right now, the Bulls definitely have the edge, that's for sure. They got the momentum on their side. Nothing saying that the move is over. We're in a squeeze, blow off top situation. It's how we blow that top. 419, I don't know about that. There would have to be some kind of news. I mean, anything's possible, but based on the VWAP, there would have to be some kind of news, which that's possible too, and then maybe that could be the blow off. This candle, couple candles, we could just blow right to 416 on a candle. Some kind of surprise move higher. That's always possible. Because everyone's fighting this tape. Everyone's fighting this tape. And the 4 hour is still very strong in favor of the Bulls. That hasn't shown the weakness on that 4 hour to let you know, okay, there's a crack in the wall. So this is a very, this doesn't mean we're going to continue to 430 by tomorrow here. But This doesn't mean, oh, we're overbought short. That's not what that means. This is showing you the power of this move. This is a very powerful move. If you look at the 4 hour here, we haven't seen a move this powerful since this last squeeze up to 460. So I'm surprised actually it wasn't higher. I thought it was going to be higher. I mean, it's not over yet. Who knows where we're going to end the day? Because I would have guessed that this would have been the highest move from this whole chart here. Alright, looks like I may be paying for that mistake. Not pulling my bid in time. Yep. Looks like they're going for it. They're at least going to challenge the highs on this run. That's what it's looking like. Unless we get some kind of rug pull on this 1 minute. So they're fighting this right now. Probably going to break it. Break this. We could get some kind of pop here. This should take us to 1575-ish. So it should take us to high day, this run. See, I got filled on this candle. Right around 414.90 on those 413s. I got filled right around the high of this candle. But after this candle, that's when I went to look at my bid. And this move happened quickly. I couldn't pull it in time, and I got filled at the high of this candle on those 413s. See, now it looks it looks better for that run through 416 based on the VWAP upper band right here. Now if it does make a move that 416 and whatever consolidates, that gives it enough room to spike and capitulate and blow off past that upper band. But over here, and then also the 5 minute, it was a little sketchy there for the 416 run. But now they pulled back, and now there's a better chance for that playing out if that's what they end up doing for those highs. I would take 170 right now. Normally I wouldn't care about that, but I'll take that. I really got to get some more monitors. I don't really have the room for my current setup though, because the more charts the better, within reason. Like for example, you want to look at options charts too. They sometimes give you different clues, not just from like volume and who's buying what, but the chart itself, the 1 minute and the 5 minute on the option that you're looking at. All right, here we go, high day test. High day test coming up. That works. See, my problem with having a goal is, and this is probably what's holding me back, is because I'm not trying to get rich overnight or you know make 20K in a month, but I can't play from that angle of 250 a day. Right now, my goal is to build up my account as high as I can, so I have enough in my account to trade off of without having to work at night. We break that 40, this might be it. They might still pull that rug there. I think if they break that, do they just undercut it a little bit to tag this previous pivot? I don't know. Again, it's very tough to say either way. That was just a little dip, that's all that was. It's a really tough call. Yeah, right now it looks like they're going to break out to new high day based on the posture of the VIX. Unless this current 5-minute candle, I'm sorry, the next 5-minute candle is going to have a nice reversal to set up for a move to 412. Otherwise, we could be breaking out through 416. I was hoping they did it sooner because I was calling for high day on this hour. I was calling for high day, on this hour here. So see right now, see this is tricky. You got this 9 crossing up, crossing down, crossing up, Where are we going? Where are we going here? It's anyone's game here. It really is. Right now, this is a bull flag for the bulls. That's pretty obvious. But you have conflicting signals on other time frames and other charts. See, this isn't looking good for the bears right now. This 50 making this move like this. So crossing up for the bulls. This is helping the below off top scenario for the bulls. If they moved higher on this candle, if they flagged out here and held it up here, and this was still kind of flat, that would help the case for the move to 412. So it's looking like they're going to blow it off here. Based on this hourly chart, it's looking like they're going to blow it off. So we're going to be getting a divergence possibly today. If not today, then it's going to be set up going into tomorrow for the temporary high of this crazy run up, towards whatever 420 if you want to call it. I really wish I would have pulled my bid there. That's really annoying me now. Because it's sure looking like they're going to break that 416. Possibly on this candle right here. New highs, new highs. Here comes the blow off. Are we going to get that 417.60 or what? I don't know. Right now it's the 5-minute MAs are really not saying much here for a move that high. Alright, what are your guesses, guys? Do we see 417 by power hour or 413? 417 or 413 in the next hour? There are those bells. I was wondering why they weren't ringing. That's weird. Because on that last 1 minute, we broke. Oh, we didn't break 416. I thought they did. Well, it's looking like the blow-off is commencing right now. So 417.60 might get hit. End of day, we'll see lows, low of day. I don't know about that. I hope. Well, right now this 5 minute sure is looking like it wants that 417.60. So what's a little worrisome on this 5 minute is the Stoke. How it got there off of consolidation and now just extending this move. This is a little shaky here, this posture. This is not an ideal setup here of how this move is kicking off here. Not very ideal. But on the ES chart, it's looking like you could make that run to 417 on a spike. But we're setting up for a divergence here. When we look at ES. This is kind of a channel right here. Or a very, very big rising wedge on the ES. Something like these. That SPY VWAP band still has a little bit of room up there, but if that was a lot higher, that would have really helped this move open up. Because you got the ES, it's got a little bit of room, and SPY's fighting it right now. It doesn't mean that it's going to stop, but we could blow off through there, easily pop to 417. There you go, blow off top commencing. Anybody long? Guess not. It's awfully quiet. Upper VWAP band. Let's see. What are they going to do? This should hold. It just needs a little bit of time here. Sucking in some more shorts right here on that little dip. This is interesting. This is creating a nice divergence here. If they go to 417, the higher the better. But this is a very nice divergence setting up here. Alright, so what do you guys think? Is the high day in? Yes or no? And I don't mean they spike it by like, a few pennies. So is the high day in meaning we don't see 417? Yes or no? I think it might be. And it's that upper VWAP band is what makes me think. In addition to this 5 minute that's building in divergence. Potential divergence. This is going to have to, it could close green or red, however you want to look at it. Maybe a little doji. And the next candle is going to have to close above 16. And then on the next candle or two after that, they can squeeze it to 417. But it's looking a little sketchy for the bulls right now. Going into power hour here. So that move to 412 I still think is possible. Alright, I added one more 413 to average out that bad trade that I got accidentally filled on. It'll just make it worse if we go higher, but whatever, it was only 33 bucks. So right now the bulls are getting a better candle here on this 5-minute. The bulls cannot let off the gas on this push. They really have to hold that 416 like their life depends on it. Well, it doesn't matter what Powell says, we're squeezing here. This is a blow off top. But right now it's looking better for the bulls with this candle the way it is forming on this 5-minute close. This is what they needed. I mean, that 417.60 is still possible. I was calling for that ever since we broke that high day towards the gap. That's the target based off that bull flag run. But it's getting a little sketchy here. As far as the bears are concerned, right now this was a pullback to the pre-market levels right here, right around 4170. It's funny now that I totally forgot about 4170 because I was calling for 4170. Let me look at it from the regular chart. I was calling it well into this move on this candle. I think right here I was like 4170. That's what I was calling. So the bulls are still holding it together. It would actually be a little unlikely if they don't hit that 4170 or get some kind of spike, a little mini blow off at a minimum. You know, they've been grinding. You know, after this rip into this bull flag, they've been kind of grinding and chopping. You know, building energy right here for the next move higher. So it would actually be a little unusual if they don't hit that 4170 or 417. You know, they could even go for 4175 if they really get a little crazy here. Run up to that resistance line. However, they did back test it here. So this was already tested here. So my guess is 4170 and the original target of 41760 at best. That's what it's looking like for the rest of the day. Oil went down. Oh wow. Oh wow. I'm surprised that didn't pull the market down a little bit. Just a little bit. It did the quite opposite actually. So what is the idea? Oh, oil is getting cheaper. That's good for the economy. You know, I'm just looking at it from the fact that it's going to bring down oil stocks. But at the same time, cheaper oil means you know better profits for companies. I wouldn't wait till 4170 if I was going to be shorting ES. So you could technically call this a rising wedge here. It's not the best looking one, but it's besides the point. So even if we pop it and they break down somewhere there, that can take us to that 412. No guarantees. Yeah, it looks like they're going to go for that 4170. Just eating time off the clock as the MAs catch up. It's just really too bad they didn't do it on this run right here. That's what I was hoping for. Flagging out a little bit, and then just some kind of blow-off spike. Flush to 412, and then we take back like 414 into the close. That's what I really wanted. Well, it's very boring right now, that's for sure. 30 minutes inside this flag here. Just do it already. Get it over with. Come on. Either spike it or pull it. Stop wasting time. Oh man. There we go, finally. Let's go already. Get it over with. Come on, push it. Get it over with. Blow it off. At a minimum, we're coming back to DWAP by the close. I'm still calling for that 412. You'll be alright with those 415s. Okay, it's looking like this is it. It's looking like this is it. That's it. High day's in. I'm calling the high day. The high day is in, says 007. 412, baby. Come on. You made us wait all day. Give us 412. We'll be happy with 412. Don't disappoint me in IT. Give us that 412, baby. Now this 15 minute has a lot of work to do here, that's for sure. So realistically, you want to wait till the next 15-minute candle to go short. I mean, scalping or whatever is a whole nother story, but I mean, technically speaking, it bulls aren't dead by any means just yet for today until close. They could still spike that high day on the next candle as a final push. But if this 5-minute closes below this 41.57, they're not going to be looking so good. Yeah, I think the high day is in. They still can spike it. I mean, we're not far by any means. You gotta wait for this next 15-minute candle, because right now, even if they did roll over and go to 412, it's not ready yet. It's probably not going to happen until the next hour. It doesn't have to happen until the close, but it needs a little more time here on that 15-minute, because this 15-minute is, this 15-minute could even spike up here. You should get a bounce back to at least here as an entry. So there's no reason to rush in if you're in puts. If you're a month out or 2 weeks out or whatever, that's a whole other story. But if you're in today's puts, there's no reason to rush. If you're in tomorrow's puts, there's no reason to rush. Because right now this is unlikely just to fall out of bed. I hope it does, but that's probably not going to happen. Because as it looks right now, if this plays out here, we could be looking, I don't know about that, to low day. I hope. 412 is my number. That's been my number all day, so I hope, I'm in some puts here, so I hope we get some kind of trapdoor flush. It's unlikely to happen, but not yet with the 9 just starting to flatten out. You need this to start to begin to curl over. But I hope that does happen so I could sell those puts. And then I also want it to happen so we get a really nice bounce. But if you want to get technical, if they hold this, if they take back this 60 on a 5-minute, they could still jam it higher. So there's no reason to get super excited here that you need to just jump in short right away. This pullback, there's nothing wrong with it at the moment. And this 9, just trying to flatten out, there's no reason you need to jump in a short. That's not a scalp. And again, we have the monthly close here. So the monthly close, are they going to paint the tape to close the month really nicely as best as they can? It's not so much to close the month off, but it's just the monthly posture to keep the chart looking healthy for the long term, so to speak. But right now, even if we close below 55 here, this 5-minute divergence will be confirmed. Where it takes us, well, that's a whole other story, but a close under 55 here will be a nice confirmation of that 5-minute divergence. But we really need to close under that 55 just to take that 20 on the 5-minute. You don't want to give the bulls even a millimeter with the current posture, because they could take it back and run it at 41.70. So yeah, not the best close for the Bears here on this 1 minute. Not the best close. Kind of leaves it open a little bit for the Bulls here. Was it really? This is just a little kind of double bottom shakeout. This is unlikely to hold or, take another leg down. This is what might pop the market back up actually, if this gets a bounce here. Bears got some work to do. This candle really needs to make a charge for 50 on this 5-minute right here. To keep this this move going, I mean below this pivot at a minimum on the 5-minute. As close to 50 as possible on this 5-minute for the Bears. Very sketchy for both sides right now. Very sketchy. Either side can take the ball and run with it with this current posture. Either side. The door's open really for either side. It truly is. Because if the Bears take over, it's going to be relatively quick. And same with the Bulls. The Bulls will be quicker because they're going to blow off to 417. The Bears, it won't be as quick here. They need to take back 4150 before it speeds up, through 4140. So yeah, 412, it's looking like quite a shot. I will say that. And especially with all this time that we ate off the clock here. This really needed to flag out here. Maybe make a run to 413 and then pull back and then it could have taken the next leg to 412. That's what needed to happen here. But we still got sort of a pseudo falling wedge here. It's not the prettiest one for sure. Definitely not the it's really like a channel. I mean, depending how you want to look at this. That's in between a falling wedge and a channel, or a rising wedge on another chart. It's not the prettiest thing, but it doesn't have to be perfect. The point is the psychology behind it. The price is getting tight, and it's got to pick a direction. Yeah, you didn't miss anything. Yeah, the Bears are not really doing much here. They really needed this 41.50 on this 5-minute, at least below that pivot. It's not looking. This needs to wake up and crack open. We are seeing some pickup in volume here, so that's a good sign if you're short. But the bulls ain't dead yet. They're getting weakened, but they're not dead yet. For today, at least. See how they just don't let you in? Because that breakout was a chase. And then out of that flag, they didn't do anything. So today was another robbery. Robbing people of the move. This you had a chase. They never came back to VWAP. So if you got lucky, you bought the dip here. You caught this move here. Not bad. But, well, actually, this was the move. I called this too. I should have taken that trade. What was it? The 413.50 on SPY. It worked out perfectly on that dip. Yeah, right here, 413.50. This was a beautiful dip buy. So yeah, they could still hold it here. The bulls are not dead, and the bears better step it up, because the more time that ticks by, the lower their chances of any kind of decent pullback here. But this 1 minute's looking like it may firm up here, and the bulls may take it back. So maybe we do get that close on the highs, man. It's just tough to say today. Because so far, if they're holding this 415, they gotta not look back here, because you got this 200 creeping up. So they really need to make a stand here and take back that 416. Probably on this current 15-minute. Yeah, bulls are hanging in there. Right now, it's the bulls definitely have the edge. They haven't given it up. See, the reason it's going to be a trapdoor flush is because once they give up this 413.60, it's pretty much straight to 412. And this kind of opens it up. I'm not saying this is happening today. It sure doesn't look like it anymore. But I'm just saying if something happens here, it's going to be quick. Because once that breaks, you're pretty much going straight to 412. Another $1.50 from here. If that happens. So if they keep this up, who knows, close high day, make the run for that 417.60, wherever this goes here. Either way, this is setting up nicely into tomorrow. I hope we get a nice gap up tomorrow. It doesn't have to be a nice gap up, but a gap up tomorrow well above 416 would be very, very nice. Because then we'd finally get our blow off, probably gap and crap. If they gap up above 416, let's say they just gap 416.50, come back to 416, and then rip to whatever 418. From 418, we could blow off all the way through 410 tomorrow. That would be a beautiful day. We get some gap and blow off here. We could easily slice through all of this right here through 410. Maybe like 408 here on this trend line here. You got this one too. So this one's going to be, you get a bounce here. You're not going to just slice through 410 and keep going. But you get some kind of bounce that could turn into a short, and then we could take out that 410 to 408, possibly 407 tomorrow. So that's what I would really like. Yeah, the way it's looking here, the bulls should hold it together going into the next hourly candle. Looking at this hourly. See, it doesn't mean they can't flush it though and then patch it back up. That's a possibility. And that's what I wanted all along. I wanted some kind of nice flush washout earlier, not now, with only an hour left here. Should have happened here. That's what we wanted. Alright, here we go. Come on. Do it. I want a nice bounce. Alright, there we go. Alright, I'm green on those 413s finally. Come on, give us 412. Ring those bells. Let's go. This is what I wanted here. Okay, it's looking good now. I don't know about 412, but this is exactly what you wanted, because you break that 4140, that's going to be possible to take us to that 412. I didn't add on those 413s. I was bidding that quarter. Did I still have my bid? No, I changed it to 20 cents. I could have gotten at the quarter. No, I couldn't have. Damn. The low was only 27 cents. So the technical analysis on those 413s worked, because that's what was going to be my, let's see, my original entry, yeah, I think was going to be, I forgot, it was going to be 28 cents. I forgot, but it's looking good now. We're getting a little boner candle on that 5 minute. All right, 413's looking pretty good here. If we hit that 412, man, those 413s will be looking really good. I could get a three bagger out of those, but I'm not counting on that. That's quite a stretch. Quite a stretch. But if somehow they spike that in the next 15 minutes, get some big washout, that would be awesome. Because we'd get a nice bounce off that 412 if that plays out that way. But it's a little bit of a stretch. A little bit of a stretch. A little bit of a stretch. But this is a little bit of a surprise move. Because they had me convinced, they're going to hold it together for that 417. I wasn't going to hop in some calls, but I was, based on the chart, it was convincing that they could push it a little more. Based on the hourly, because the hourly divergence, it's not there yet, first of all. It's just trying to form. And they could have easily hung around going into the next hourly candle on SPY. Okay, so that's good. We're closing right on that 50. The 50, it might get a little bounce here, but this is not likely going to hold. They didn't, come short of spiking this 50 just to let you in at the 50. That's not how it works. And so here's the key thing right here, that 1360. That 1360 is key. Let's just put it there just for the hell of it. It'll probably get hit. So that 1360 is very key, because this opens up the possibility to flush the 12. Alright, we're looking good here. Almost green on the day here. Finally. Jesus. Come on, flush it, baby. Flush it. Alright, it's looking good. We have a good shot for it. Look at where I put that falling wedge breakout. Almost the exact spot. Look, I'll fix it right here. That's where I originally had it, right here. So yeah, it's essentially that. Pretty much, sometimes I randomly put these breakouts here on flags and all that, and you'd be surprised how many times I get close to where it actually happens. I don't just pick a random spot, I do. Let's go, baby. Flush it. Open those floodgates. Let's get silly here. Alright, so we're looking at 412.38. Come on, baby. Let's go. You got these resistance lines. Alright, finally. Jesus. Green on the day, barely. I didn't even put in my sell orders here. I'll offer out this 413 at 2. Just, you never know. I'll change it, but I'm going to offer out the first one at 2. Man, I should have added at that quarter. Well, I couldn't have gotten that at that quarter. I really thought we were going to go to 417. Alright, baby. This is exactly what we wanted. See what I'm talking about? How if it's going to happen, it was going to happen quick. You know, they're not going to let you in now. Just like they didn't let you in here, they're not going to let you in here. And everyone's running for the door. Once we break that, okay, this is lights out right here. We're going to 412. We are going to 412, baby. Let's go. Look at that. Flush that VWAP. People wanted VWAP here. Now there's their VWAP. They're buying this, and they're getting flushed down the toilet, baby. Let's go. Finally. Finally. Good Lord. Finally, after Thursday and Friday, finally I got some green. Jesus. I'm not selling till 412.38 on my target here. I'll take one off on these 413s. This 5-0, baby. This 5 minutes looking good. We're definitely hitting that 412.38. Let's just call it 412.40. See how this doesn't make sense, quote unquote? Look at the MAs just out of nowhere. That's how it works. That's exactly what we wanted. It to fall out of bed. So I got lucky here because I bought these 413s on accident. I didn't pull my order in time. I didn't mean to get in there. My first 413 was at 64 cents, and then I added one at 33 because I knew we'd get some kind of dip. So even if you know, we went back to, let's say, 415, I could have got out with a small profit. That's why I added down there. And the chart was saying, you know, maybe the bulls are running out of steam here. But thank God. Now, where is this going to go? You know what? Well, 412.40, it's going there for sure. I would love 412, obviously. Yeah, you know what? That's probably going to be it. That 412.40, this 41.25, that's probably going to be it. That's probably going to be it. So let's see here. That would be... Okay. See how they never came back here on this candle? That low was 25. Well, the actual high here is 21. So if you look at a 1 minute here, wait, where am I? Hold on. Oh yeah, that is it. Yeah, see, look at this. So we're looking good here. We're gonna hit that 412.40. So as it broke out here, it consolidated this pivot high here, but it never filled in the chart here to this 412 when you look at the 1 minute. See, one thing is, charting is a science to a degree. It's part science, part art. But charts love to backtest former support or resistance. It's just how the market works. So because this 412 wasn't backtested, this so happens to be a 412 round number. The high is 411.98. It was never backtested on this breakout. This breakout just kept going. It never satisfied the chart for that 412 backtest. So right now it looks like we're setting up, and this is going to create a nice divergence for a bounce. This 1 minute here, this is setting up for a divergence right here on this move lower. Let's go, baby. All right, I'm nicely green now. Finally, finally. Man, I wish I would have grabbed one more of those 413s. I wanted it at a quarter. I was going to get it at a quarter. I'd be sitting at a 5-bagger now. But I did get one at 33 cents, so I could still probably get a 5-bagger out of it on that one. And then maybe a 3-bagger out of my first entry. Maybe. Nice. This move made the day right here, but it ain't done yet. So you could take profits where you want, but here's a little lesson. This right here on this 1 minute, it ain't done yet. It's very rare it's going to just stop here right under 413 and then, bounce up. You got momentum strongly in the bearish favor here. Okay. Are those all my alerts? I think they are. Because I stopped at 415 or 413, I think. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Flush it. All right, we're rocking and rolling now. Finally got some nice green on the day. Thank God. Finally. That's why it's called Take It Back Tuesday, baby. Take it back. Take it back from them. Oh, baby. Let's go. All right, getting ready to offer out one of these 413s. Just, you know what? I'm going to, I got my order at $2 on these 413s. Probably not going to get hit. That's another $1 away. We're getting close here. But here, look at my target right here. Just let's look at my target. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? 412.38 is target. Oh baby, you know what? Oh baby, come on. I'm looking ready to take some off here. This might create a divergence, a bullish divergence. So I'm looking to take some off here. Because we might be getting a bullish 1 minute divergence here. There is a chance though, because we're so over extended. There's a chance they run for that 412, because remember 411.98 was that area they didn't backtest. But right now, man, I missed that fill on that push up there. Damn it. What was that high on these? It was 160. Damn it, that might be it right there. Let's look at other time frames here. You know what? Man, that's a tough one. And they probably do hit that 412. They're not going to do it on the first run like that. So if they do it, they're going to do it on the next 15 minute. Maybe put in some kind of doji. Try to make another run and then back off of it. But I mean, technically speaking, right now, the bears are in control on the intraday. How much longer they hold it is another question, but they are in control at the moment here. So, this 413 back test, this is normal. We're very extended here. Let's see this move on the ES. I think one more push to that 412. One more push to that 412. I may be wrong here. I may be wrong. I very well might be wrong. I missed that entry, so I may be paying for it here. But I think there's enough for one more push. Because you got to think, now people are getting excited for 410. You got to think that too. Or 411. Break these lows here for 411. All right, I'm gonna go get some water right now. And if I hear one bell go off, I'm running back here. I'll be back. I'm gonna turn up my speakers a little loud here so I can hear it. But I'll turn off my mic so you don't hear it through the
Let's go, baby. Let's go. Flush that 412, baby. Let's go. Okay, it's getting a little shaky here. I'm not looking for much more here. Not looking for much more here. I hope they don't stop short at 412 here. I hope that's not a... Yeah, this is that man, this is tough right here. I think that 412 cracks. This 411.98. I mean, we weren't that far right there. I missed that move because I was running back to my computer here. Running back. Man, that might be it. Shit. Shit. The 5 minute says there should be one more, but 412 should crack. I mean, we came so close to it, so I mean, it's not asking for much. But based on this 5 minute here, the 5 minute, the momentum is strong enough to take us past 412. Now, do we run for that 200? I don't know about that. I don't know about that because, you know, you have a good, 30 minutes here of consolidation. To run that quickly through it, it's going to be tough because you have all this here to work through. All right, let me turn down my volume. Could feel the bass from that change order sound. I had it all cranked up. Two contracts to 362. Your profit is 362. All right. See, here's where you got to be careful. All right. We're just snapping to the downside here, so this move is not going to stick. Okay? It's unlikely it does. So see, this is the exact move I wanted all day long. But they made you wait all day to get it. Okay, so now we're getting a stale candle. That's not good. You really need this to really hold. Man, I missed that. I was running back to my computer, damn it. I might just have to bail. The 5 minutes says we should hang in there. Now the problem is, how long do we chop around for? That's the problem. Man, right when I go get my water, it always screws me. But you have to think of this too. This isn't, this is a bearish move. So bearish moves usually don't need as much time to consolidate. I mean, we've been consolidating technically for like 20 minutes up here on these 5 minutes. So you can see another push on the next 5 minute or the one after. Man. I heard the bell going off. I was getting my water. And getting my birds some water too. Oh, is it 10 year? Oh wow. Yeah, yeah, gap up. Well, it's definitely looking a little shaky now. I missed that, man. I came back just in time, right when it was approaching that 412. Right when I came back, it was on that 1 minute. Damn it. And then when I went to the order, pulled back fast off of it. All right, this is a problem now. This is too deep of a bounce here on volume here. Do they get rejected at VWAP? It's looking a little sketchy here. Looking a little sketchy. You got 411.50. That's very well possible. Oh, and I didn't extend that line too. See, this is why you got to look at all the charts. Look at this. See, right now, oh wow, did I not look at the hourly chart? Are you kidding me? What? How did I not look at this chart? No, maybe I did. I just haven't looked at it in a while. I just have not looked at it in a while. Because this ES hourly is looking pretty good for the bears going forward. See, now here's the problem. What I want to happen, obviously, just so I can get out soon. Oh, this is, damn it, see, it doesn't update. Is, I want the move to happen as soon as possible. Well, obviously, you want it to happen like that if you're in puts. But the posture of the chart is saying, we should go lower. How much lower? I'm looking for a 412 crack. At best, we see 411 at best, into the close. But based on the posture of the chart, it should get there sooner than later. I mean, we only have 50 minutes left, but it should get there on the next 15-minute candle. Wherever this is going to bottom out here. There should be one more push lower. It's too bad that we bounced so much already. I wasn't quick on the trigger there. So it looks like we might come back down to 414 now. Now the setup on this 1 minute is looking like we may come back to 414. And then from there, they could try to make that run for 412, but damn, I missed that fill. Always happens when I get my water. Yeah, it's a monthly. I've been saying that all day. Yeah, so here comes a 414. It's a monthly close. So, I mean, heck, maybe they just rip it now back to high day. I mean, it's you got to be careful here. They're digging deep here, that's for sure. I had a 410.65 at best. That would be like the miracle move into the close. And that at the moment kind of lines up with that flag right now. If this holds together and tries to break 412 into the close. But don't bet on that, because right now they could be holding this together here, you know, to get that nice monthly close. $41.53. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, no, there's a pocket there for sure. We have the same pocket here that we did over here from this move. It works both ways. So this open space is what allowed this, and now this open space is what's allowing this to bounce as much as it is. What I want to happen going into tomorrow is closing below 412. That would be nice going into tomorrow, and then they gap it up tomorrow, and then we get a real blow off tomorrow. That's what would be ideal. Alright, I gotta make my lunch now. I'll be back. All right. Well, the hourly is setting up nicely going into tomorrow. We should get a nice pullback tomorrow. For right now, we should break 413.50 into the close. But the 1 minute MAs are not in a good position. But on the downside, it's different than pushing higher. There we go. Oh, baby. Let's go. Got a 3-bagger on those 414s. They're rocking. I got them for 23 cents. Oh, boy. I got a 4-bagger on those 414s now. Oh, let's go, baby. Come on, flush it into the close. Come on, could they run for 412 into the close? That would be sick. If they run for 412, I could have a 10-bagger on those 414s. Come on. All right, offering up the 414s at 175 from 23 cents. Let's go, baby. $12.50 should crack. $12.50 should crack. Let's go, baby. Come on, one more push. One more push. Break that 12.50. We should break 12.50 into the close. A lot of volume on this 1 minute. That's a lot of volume. All right, out at 130 from 23 cents. I'm still holding one. Oh, thank God I sold that. All right, I'm out at 120. Oh, baby. Oh, yes. Thank God that saved the day. Oh, man, I got lucky. Oh, baby, up 284 on the day. I don't even care where it goes now. We're extended. Oh, my God, that saved the day. Thank you. Oh, my God. Woo! What a close. Oh, my God, that I saved the day. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let's go, baby. Oh, man. I killed that trade. Oh, baby. Man, I got a little greedy there. But I ain't complaining. You guys there with me? Did you guys catch that short into the close? Anyone? Anybody there? Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me? Hello, hello? Okay, cool. Oh, bro. Oh, my God. I got those the 414s. I got 3 of them for 23 cents. My average sell was like $1.27 from 23 cents. So I had a solid 5.5 bagger into the close. I got in on this candle right here. Oh, it's still going. I'm not complaining, man, because in that close, you cannot get greedy. You cannot get greedy with this posture here. They could easily came back here and then fucked around here for 5 minutes and then went back up. I murdered that trade into the close. So here, I got in. Oh, that just made my day. That just made my day. Up 284 on the day. That just made my day. Thank God. Oh my God. That just made my day. So I got in at 23 cents at 52. I got in on this candle right here. Let's see what the low was on that candle on those 414s. I could have held the one. I didn't want to get greedy. I missed out on a good extra $50. That's okay. So on that 52 candle. Oh my God. Oh my God. Guys. Look at the 414s on the 1 minute chart. I got in at 252. I bottom ticked those 414s. Oh my God. The 414 puts at the 52 minute candle. The low was 23 cents. That was me. I got 3 at 23 cents. It never looked back. In 3 minutes, they went from 23 to $1.25. I had a freaking 5-bagger in 3 minutes, baby. Let's go! Woo! Yeah, buddy. Oh, boy. That made my day. Thank God that made my day. Oh, my God. I will say this. Hey, Vlad, you there? Did Vlad leave? I think he left. But, so where are they at right now? It doesn't matter where they're at now. I sold the last one at $1.23. I sold those 414s at $1.30, and the last one at $1.23. I got a little greedy there. I had my order at 175, and the high was, let's see. The high was, see, this into the close scared me right here. When I sold that last one, I was going to hold it, ride it out till possibly $2. So it's working out now, but I mean, with 5 minutes left, you can't complain. So the high really was, if you would have had your order out there, you would have got filled at maybe $1.65. I had my order at $1.75. Yeah, Vlad, did you hear that? I bottom ticked those 414s on this candle here at 23 cents. I sold them out on the last minute at about $1.27 from 23 cents. In 3 minutes, I made a 5-bagger on these 414s. 3 minutes, a 5-bagger. Now, don't get too excited. You don't want to be rolling the dice like that. I mean, it was only 3 contracts from $23. So don't be doing anything stupid, guys. But I wasn't expecting this. What was I calling out in chat? Maybe 413 in the close, but definitely a 413.50 break. So I was looking for maybe a triple. I ended up getting a 5.5 bagger out of that. Oh my god! And here's my $1.75. I could have still been in it. Actually, no. I would have got out on this candle for my broker. They would have sold me out usually on the 4 candle. They sell me out. But look at that. I had my order at $1.75. That would have worked out. And then my last contract at $2. So that 412 is finally getting hit. Hey, you guys still there? I'm sure you're still there. There's no reason for you to be typing, because I'm just chatting away here with my awesome trade I made. Okay, I know you guys. Okay, here, let me tell you the truth. This is full disclosure here. So I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. So this is trading for you, and everyone's been there. So this move that I called, look at, here's my target. 1238. Bam, target hit and reversed. When I came back for my water, I came back as this candle was approaching 412. All right, I'm not going to lie. It pulled back right away, bear flagged out here, and I hung in there. And I was pissed because I missed the move when I was getting my water. So truth be told, it was only 2 contracts, but it doesn't matter. I rode it out this whole way here. So I could have sold it for $1.50 from 50 cents, a solid 3-bagger. Now, the reason I didn't sell it is because I missed the move, and then it immediately pulled back. But that's trading for you, and then it just went against me. I ended up selling it, I want to say right here, or no, I think on the last minute. I sold them for 75 cents, so I made like 50% on the 413s that I bought here. So full disclosure here, guys. I rolled those out. Those were down to like a nickel or 7 cents or 10. I don't know what they were, but this move, I looked at the chart, I reassessed it, and so it was kind of a revenge trade, but it wasn't just a foolish trade because I was thinking maybe they jam it into the close. So I was thinking of buying some calls to offset my puts. So if they end up dumping it into the close, well, I could still make some money on the trade with the offset calls, or vice versa, okay? So it was partial revenge trade, but partial the chart was saying. So here's the sick part. Oh my god. Man, here's one thing I learned too. Okay, I'm all over the place. I guess you could call it, I just made this up. I'm a great ping pong trader. So when the market is bouncing between support and resistance, I'm great at getting in. As you saw last week, when there's trends, I'm not so much a good trend trader if they don't give you a good entry. Like Thursday and Friday. I mean, no one was in there unless they're just rolling the dice long. Okay, so I'm a really good trader. So right here, I was looking for this prior resistance to act as resistance. And so I saw the 1 minute and the 5 minute. The 5 minute was looking like, hey, we have a chance. So I kind of rolled the dice, but based on the 5 minute, based on the hourly going into the close, we have a bearish divergence. It is confirmed. So tomorrow, I pray they gap it up. Please gap it up and give us a blow off top in the first hour or two. Oh my God, I pray that happens. Run to 417.60, like that target that never got hit. 418, and then blow the lid off, and we could possibly flush 410 tomorrow. Tomorrow could be easy 10-bagger day if they give us that gap and crap, okay? So anyway, the hourly chart going into the close, the posture, it was not going to lose its posture for the bearish divergence going into the close. So that was the main thing that made me look at short, okay? And the 5 minute, if you look here, by the way, if I'm too loud, let me know because I'm talking loud now because I'm excited. So the 5 minute right here into the close, okay, as we were pulling back or bouncing, this is an inverse, okay? So once this candle came out here, this candle made me think short. I actually had my order here to add to my 413s. I pulled the order. I'm like, no, that's stupid. The murder algo could flush us out, and it could still work out. But instead of maybe getting 3 contracts, I could get 4 contracts if they flush out on the murder algo. I did that, and look what happened on the murder algo. Okay, so going into the murder algo, I'm like, we're breaking 1350. Or I'm sorry, where are we at here? Oh, I'm sorry. So yeah, going into the murder algo, okay, I'm like, they're gonna make a run for 13. They're gonna crack 13. If anything, backtest this previous support right here. Okay, so they're definitely gonna try to make a run for 413 after this candle is here. Okay, and this shifted the momentum, the potential shift in momentum for a continued move in this direction. But the hourly was a smoking gun. This is what I was looking for all day, and I wasn't patient for it. We have a confirmed bearish divergence, so this is the inverse. This is a confirmed bullish divergence. So I pray we get a gap up tomorrow, and they try to make a run for that 416. They try to do something. I pray that happens, because I guarantee you we're going to sell on that. Now, it doesn't mean in the first hour we're going to 410, or doesn't mean we're going to 410 at all. But anyway, besides the point, look at this 50 or 200 sloping up. So we're going to make a run for that 200. Not tomorrow. It might happen tomorrow, but we're going to make a run for this 200 before the next leg higher. Okay. So all along, I was fighting the tape on Thursday and Friday. Who wasn't? I wasn't looking for capitulation. I was looking for a couple points. But all along, I wasn't saying, oh, we're going back to 400. I was just looking for dips, So they're going to reload the gun, and we're going to go to 420, maybe by Friday. There's a good chance by Friday, okay? So all along, I wanted that dip. I wanted to buy that dip, okay? So I'm not thinking, oh, this is it. We're going back to 400. That's not my game plan. It's buy the dip. Okay, anyway, I'm all over the place. Okay, so the hourly going into it, there was no way they were going to lose this bearish divergence. Here's a bullish one. Okay, but so you guys get the point. Okay, we're looking at the inverse. So there was no way they're going to lose the bearish divergence on SPY. I knew that. The 5-minute confirmed that they're probably going to make a run for 413. Okay, and that was my target. So I waited for the murder algo. Let's look at the murder algo here. So here comes murder algo. Boom! Everyone's excited. All right, let's go long. We're going to the high day. But I knew this wasn't going to hold. Why did I know that? Well, first of all, the MAs, the posture, this wasn't going to just continue, start ripping based on the posture of the 1 minute. You had this prior shelf of resistance it had to fight through. We only have 5 minutes left. They ain't going to just blast through this with that posture, with the bearish divergence on the hourly, with us being super extended, all these things that play here. So it was partial revenge trade, as in I was slightly aggressive to put my bid in there rather than waiting for this candle to close. Because they technically could have closed down here, and then the next 1 minute could have shot up and, whatever. Okay. But I had my bid in there. I was looking at the chart of the options. So this wasn't just, okay, YOLO, okay. So that hourly posture with the bearish divergence plus the 5 minute looking like they're going to at least make an attempt for 413. VWAP at a minimum VWAP. They're not going to skip VWAP at a minimum, okay. Likely a 413 break. And what do you know? It worked up absolutely perfectly. A 420 call, man, I would, you better hope that we get a gap up tomorrow. They push it in the open. I would sell that if it was me. If it was me, man, you're way out there. You know it's Friday. Yeah, you got a minute left to sell it, man. Just in my opinion, I wouldn't. If it was me, I wouldn't be in that overnight here because you're praying they get a gap up and some kind of push. Anyway, guys. So the point is, I bottom ticked this. I got those 414s at 23 cents. I literally ticked the bottom, and in 3 minutes I made it 5-bagger. I mean, how sick of a trade. But anyway, so into this push too, I was still holding those 413s that, I had bad timing coming back from my water break as it was making a run for 412, and I was just looking for that crack on this candle. I was ready to sell. I had my order in there at like $1.75. I think they hit $1.60. I had my order in there, my finger on the trigger, ready for that little spike. Even literally 11.98 was my target. Literally, if it was just the crack of 12, I was ready to get out. We had this big reversal on the 1 minute. It bear flagged and then just never looked back. I was just pissed. I've been on tilt since Thursday and Friday. I just couldn't believe it. I had a 3-bagger. Okay, my average was about 48 cents or 50 cents, I want to say. Let's just say 50 cents. They hit $1.60. So a 3-bagger that just started unraveling. My gut told me here to get out. I could have got out for about $1.25, I think, $1.15, whatever. That's trading, right? So anyway, on those 413s, they end up working out, and I ended up. Well, look at this too. Look at it's continuing here. See how this works? Oh, my bad. I read that wrong. I thought we were under 412. But and look, they even came short of it there too. They even came short. Here's another thing too. See, in the moment I came back from my water, I was looking to sell this. So when this happened and bells were going off, I'm like, they're gonna crack 412, suck people in on the 12. Again, let me reiterate. My target was 411.98. Okay, that's all I was looking for, just to crack a 12. I had my finger on the trigger. So I thought for sure, okay, they're gonna crack 12, suck people in, and reverse the tape. And what did I say all along? They're gonna have a hard reversal off that dip, and I wasn't there. I wasn't prepared for it, so I missed my sell, my puts. I could have had a sick trade on some 415s here, on this sick, 3-point move. Okay, besides the point, it is what it is. But these 413s, I ended up selling for a 50% move. I got lucky on those 413s. The 414s, I wouldn't call that. I got lucky on the extent of the move. I wouldn't call that luck. I had a reason for the trade, at least doubling. It just worked out incredibly well and made my day in the last 5 minutes of the day. How sick. But so these 414s, I mean, that was just so sick. It was luck with the speed of it, all that. Okay, the extent of it. I was looking for a run at 413. I was looking for like a 3-bagger, maybe a 4-bagger. But anyway, so that saved the day. Here's another thing you guys got to understand. Here, I was hesitant. See, before Murder Algo, I had my order in where I could have picked up 3 more. I'm sorry, take that back. I wasn't looking to add to the 4. I forgot. I think initially I was thinking of adding my 413s. But I'm like, no, that's stupid because that's too far out of the money. Okay, we're too far away. That's stupid, okay? And I'm like, I gotta wait for Murder Algo anyway to see what happens. And thank God I did that because my order would have gotten filled, I think, right under this pivot. So if I left my order in on this 414s, I would have got filled right around maybe 414.15. Right around here I would have gotten filled, okay? So way higher. I would have paid a lot higher than here. I would have been buying them where this entry would have been a double already here. Okay. But anyway, so I did the right thing. And here's doing the right thing too. I mean, the conservative thing would have been to buy 415 puts that are in the money. Okay. But this wasn't a complete YOLO trade. We weren't that far. Again, I knew for sure you're going to test VWAP. So the 414s, yeah, okay, it's definitely risky. But the point I want to make is you don't have to go far out of the money, especially with 5 minutes left in the day. You don't want to go far out of the money, especially, okay? So, if you're looking here to get some puts while we're hovering around 415, conservatively get the 415 puts if we're here or here or here, okay? But at most, here, anywhere here, no less than the 414 puts. There's no reason to. The theta alone is going to diminish any added return on a dump into the close, number one. the added risk is unnecessary. There's no reason to add that risk going that far of the money. So I'm for real with your 420s on Friday. Um, you know, if we weren't so extended, I would have been okay with that. So let's say Friday's day was yesterday. If yesterday was Monday and we were open, and yesterday was Friday's move, and yesterday into the close, you said I bought the 420s for Friday, I would have been okay with that. I'm not saying, um, I'm not saying it's the best move in the world as far as going for the 420s when we're still extended, but I would have been more okay with that. Right now, well, I'm praying we gap up. I'm praying we gap up tomorrow for me and for everyone to get a beautiful gap and crap, and then for you too, so you can sell those 420s for a profit. Um, but that's a very risky trade, given how extended we are, and we only have 3 days left because of the shortened week and all that stuff. But anyway, just in general, be very careful. You know, unless the chart, I mean, there's no right way to do it. I mean, at the end of the day, you're putting on added risk going out of the money, no matter what. No matter what you're doing, going out of the money is added risk, no matter what. The bottom line, no matter what, however you look at it. But, you know, going however far out of the money or when they expire, you know, unless the chart is screaming at you, just the chart needs to be literally just jumping off the screen at you to go long or short. Where like, you know, your mouth starts watering because you just cannot wait for this to play out. Okay, unless you feel like that looking at the chart, you know, you shouldn't go far out of the money like that or too close in expiration. Um, you got to have a way of you got to have a litmus test, some kind of criteria to go by. Whether to get in the trade. When you're going out of the money like that. Don't just do it just because you see how much you're going to make. If the SPY moves 5 points. Just trade the chart at the end of the day. At the end of the day, trade the chart. Okay. Yeah, but anyway, so I got lucky into the close there for sure. Let me I kind of got to make it quick, guys, because I got to finish eating a little bit. I ate my main lunch, but I got my second part here to eat before I work out. All right, here, let me give a quick lesson here. Let me show you why I was wrong on Friday. Okay. Yeah, not much. Yeah, no, I know. I think you're going to be okay, in my opinion. Why do I think you're going to be okay? Oh, okay. Um, Here's why I think you're going to be okay on those 420s. This move, okay. All right, see you, man. If you want to stay for a couple more minutes, I'm teaching a lesson here on why I was wrong on Friday. But anyway, back on for reals. Let me take this VWAP off. Hold on, where was VWAP into the close? Oh yeah, duh, we just did that. Okay. So let me explain. Okay, back to on for reals. The reason you're okay going in tomorrow, or why you're not that bad going into tomorrow. Hold on, let me get some water. Okay. Now, first of all, it is possible we close above 416 tomorrow. That's first of all. The chart is not closing at. Okay, let me just put it this way. Breaking today's high tomorrow, I would say there's probably an 80% probability we break today's high tomorrow. Okay? That's what I would say. Because this move has enough momentum in it where, at a minimum, they're likely to break the high. Closing above the high, closing anywhere above 415, or let's just say closing above today's high tomorrow, that's a stretch. Okay? I don't call it a stretch. Let's just say that's a whole nother story. Breaking today's high, again, I want to call that an 80% probability. You know, the old 80-20 rule. Okay, 80% of the time, certain things play out. Okay, and in this case, I believe it's at 80% probability that the bulls have enough energy in them to at least make the attempt. Okay, because you got still people. You know, you got to think too. People trying to pick the top. People shorting Friday. People shorting today. You're like, oh, we closed red today, so we're at least going to break 410 tomorrow. Okay, today the low is 410.03. So people may be thinking, we break 410, I'll cover my shorts, I'll sell my puts on a 410 break. I'll be happy with that. There's a lot of ways to look at the market from different angles of market psychology. Okay, so people still trapped short, people adding to shorts, people beginning the short today, and you got the momentum still clearly up. Okay, this isn't a posture where it's going to snap down. At worst, this is a posture where the move can stall out. Okay, the move can stall out. That's at best the posture right now, that the move stalls out. Okay, maybe we close tomorrow above 416. The next day we get some kind of blow-off doji, and then it tries to flag out, and then we get some reversal back down to 405. Okay, so you don't have to rewatch much. Rewatch the last 10 minutes of the close up until now. That's what you could rewatch, I guess. But earlier there wasn't much. It was a snoozer day. Okay, but anyway, so they're at least going to break today's high going into tomorrow. What they do beyond that, I can't really say at this point. But at a minimum, for reals, I think you're okay with those 420s, because I think there's a good chance they at least break the high. All right, let me go back to why I was wrong on Friday. Okay, I figured it out. Okay, this was why I was wrong on Friday. So, full disclosure. Well, you guys already know. On Thursday and Friday, I shorted essentially at the highs. Thursday, it worked out. Okay, let me show on a smaller time frame. Okay, let's check this out. So Thursday worked out. I went short somewhere here. They hit that 650 here, and then that was it. And then you got your pullback. So it went against me a little bit, like 20% on those puts, and I ended up being up like I don't know if I can remember. I want to say I was up at best 50%. I think it was like 30%. So, I was only looking for a double here on this short. Nothing too crazy. Anyway, they ripped into the close. I got lucky, they dumped it, and then after hours, we broke this low. Okay, so this was Thursday. Broke the low. I ended up making, actually, yeah, into the close, now I remember. I made about 30% on this trade. 30% into the close. Here, it was the same. I essentially got lucky because the high here was like $1.71, and the high on those puts was about $1.70. So I got lucky. So I was up like 30%. Okay. And I was spot on with the 15-minute, because my new thing is I only get in a trade if the 15-minute is supporting of the move. There's very rare exceptions to the rule with the 15-minute. And here's the 15-minute. The momentum was sucked out. So at a minimum, we're going to go sideways. Okay. I went short on this candle, I believe. Okay. So technically speaking, I did the right thing. Here, let's go to Friday, where I got screwed, and everybody got screwed, getting squeezed into the close. I went short. Man, I don't remember for Friday. On the 15-minute, I got a pretty decent short. Oh yeah, this move right here. I went short, not far off this high, so I got a good entry. So I ended up being up. I don't remember this one. Man, it was bad. I think I was only up like 25% on the puts. Okay, and I wasn't looking again. I wasn't shorting it, looking for a collapse or we're going to 410, all that. You guys remember my story. I'm not going to explain why. Going into Friday, you know, going into Friday, I thought, at best we see 410, and most likely we come back to 407. Okay, but besides the point. On the 15-minute, I was okay going short there. The 15-minute was cool. And again, I wasn't looking for a big move. I was looking for like 411. Maybe they make a run to 410. Now here's why I was wrong on the hourly. This is where I was wrong. Okay, because this is a different look than on Thursday with the hourly. Okay, because obviously the 15-minute fixed itself. We never got across. Okay, because it never had enough time to recross on the 15-minute. Now, mind you, you don't have to have a bullish cross. Okay, on the 15-minute, as you can see, you don't have to cross to make the move. All it's saying is there wasn't enough energy given this 15-minute posture from where it came from to cross on the MACD, to sustain a continued move higher. Okay, so there's a lot of nuances to momentum. Okay, so you may be winning. Here's a pro tip. Oh, but MACD's negative. It's negative. Short. No, that's not what it means. That's not how it works. Okay, it's moving average, convergence, divergence. Okay, so MACD could do this and play games for a long time without ever crossing as the market grinds higher. Eventually, it'll run out of momentum. Eventually, it'll exhaust itself, and then you get the pullback. Okay, but anyway, here's the smoking gun on Friday. Why I was wrong. Okay, it was a stochastic. Here's why I was wrong. Thursday, I went short somewhere on this candle. Okay, now granted, the stochastic wasn't crossed, and this candle didn't finish yet. Okay, but the 15-minute, we were looking more bearish here than we were up here. Okay, so but the stochastic here, even though I preemptively got in, it was more tired. Well, once this candle closed, it was more exhausted with this posture here. Okay, why? Because it was pinching down. So at a minimum, with this pinch look, this is a rare look that this is gonna double pump to the upside. I don't know if I've ever even seen that. Okay. On Friday, here was a smoking gun. Why I was wrong entering that short. The whole time into the close on Friday, not only did the stochastic never cross on the hourly, it really never attempted to back off the gas. It was pedal to the metal all day. So this sideways consolidation still kept it with the full bullish posture, leaving it open for a move into the close. So this is why I was wrong on Friday. Despite how extended we are, the moving averages, all that stuff, that's all correct. It didn't matter. At the end of the day, I got it wrong. At the end of the day. Bottom line. Okay. But this was a smoking gun. Which I do look at this. But the 15-minute confirmed that, okay, we're probably going to get a pullback. I mean, look how crazy this is. This is a 200 on the hourly. We closed above it and one little tag on the back test, and you never look back. I mean, that's what I was looking for. I was looking for 411. When we were here, this 200 was at under 411. So I was looking actually for any break below 411 You could go back to the video as time went on. I'm like, okay, well now at best 410. That's looking like best case. We'll see what happens. So I wasn't even looking for 410 on that short. Okay, but this was a smoking gun. Is this hourly on the stochastic? And what makes it difficult too is because the daily, the momentum is still snapped upwards. Most of the time, the market will go higher and lower than most people expect. That's how it works. But there is objective evidence here on the chart that said, wait, hold on, maybe back off that short. Just wait. Just wait till at least on this hourly, the stochastic gets weakened. That it looks like it's at least trying to angle down. Now with this posture here, even if this was bending down here, we still were not likely to get a big move. Probably not cracking 410. Even if this was pointing down here, they probably would have bounced. They would have bounced. They would have chopped around. You wouldn't have had some big move on Friday. Once we got up to where I went short, I wasn't looking for a big move. However, I made the mistake of neglecting the possibility that we get a continued squeeze. Nobody, very few people caught this move. Okay, everybody was fighting the tape here, believe me. But anyway, so that's why I was wrong on Friday. That's exactly why I was wrong on Friday. See, now going into tomorrow, we do have a cross here. So let's flip the chart here going into tomorrow. Going into tomorrow, now you have reason to think about shorting the market. You have a very good reason to start thinking of shorting. Shorting spikes, shorting rips, or just selling if you're long, selling rips and selling spikes. Okay, this is a beautiful divergence here on the stochastic. Okay, this doesn't mean we're going to collapse. We're going to just crash through 410 okay, that's not what that means here. So you have to be very careful here. So I believe that opening hour, they're probably going to try to make a run for these highs. I really hope they do. I really hope they do. Because now that this posture going into tomorrow, any run for this 416, man, I want to say it's like at least a 90% probability if they open up and make a run for 416, 417, that it's not going to hold. On not only not later in the day, but that opening hourly candle, it won't hold. So let's say they gap it up. Let's say they gap above, let's just say above 414. They gap somewhere in the middle here. They try to make the run. Now, it doesn't mean on that first hourly candle they're going to reverse it and we're going straight to 412. But maybe they close that first hour as like a doji or something. Okay, it doesn't even mean that first hourly candle has to close red for us to go lower. Okay, but right now, going into tomorrow, based on the chart in front of you, you should be very hesitant or very careful with long plays, and even more so, be looking for short plays. Okay, so best case tomorrow, we get a gap up, and that's very possible. Let's look at the chart here. A lot of people maybe got short. Look at this posture here going in tomorrow. Where this ends, this could end right here at the zero line right here on the stochastic. It could stop here. I'm not calling for, a run to 407 tomorrow. I don't even think that happens tomorrow. Tomorrow at best, I want to say, they flush 410, maybe 409, maybe 408 at best tomorrow. That's my guess, just right now. Okay. But this sure has the posture. People, they're like, okay, time to short. They gap it up. We get some kind of squeeze at the open. Screw those people that jump the gun too early. and then eventually we capitulate some kind of blow off to 417, 418. That would be beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So anyway, guys, I got to kind of wrap it up here. I got to just eat a little bit more and then get ready to work out. But boy, am I so happy I got saved into the close. Oh my God, I got lucky there, man. Let me tell you, I got lucky on the 413s, not the 414s. Partially lucky on the 414s with the extent of the dump into the close. That's where I got lucky on the 414s. How much it dumped into the close, and that I bottom ticked it. The fact that I literally bottom ticked those 414s is absolutely crazy. But I gotta say something too. We don't have a lot of people here, but we got, I think IT's still here. I don't know if he is, but we got Vlad. I'm sure he's still in here. Yeah, hold on, just one more minute. I gotta say one thing too, and again, obviously, you guys know I'm not, I'm trying to be as honest and fair here as possible. So last week, I came to the realization that I'm going to stream, but let me just say this much: it is tiring. Okay, believe it or not, especially me, how much I can talk. It is tiring talking all day, and I know I don't have to talk. Okay, I get that, but because I am streaming, regardless of how much I talk or if I have to talk, you still have that in the back of your mind, so to speak, where you're running a stream and you have to contribute. Whereas if I was just watching a stream, I could kick back and type if I want, when I want, or you know what I mean. So it is a bit tiring. So what I'm getting at is, as I originally said earlier on, I mean, we don't have a lot of people yet. Obviously, it's only my second week of streaming. I got less than 50 subscribers, so this is going to take some time. But I would like to get enough people to possibly, I don't know, go to the Discord route or Cash App, I don't know, whatever, just to get some kind of donations going. That hopefully, I could quit my slave job at night. Because if that happens, I'll have way more energy. I'll be able to go to bed earlier. I'll get better sleep. We can have evening lessons on a private live stream or something. So I'm gonna figure out what I want to do with that. I have a Cash App actually. I was gonna put the link or the my tag in the description, but whatever, I didn't do it. Just hopefully that I could put my effort into streaming and teaching and all that kind of stuff. Hopefully that works out. I mean, we'll see. I mean, maybe I don't even make it to 100 subscribers, and it's just not going to work out. And then I could just do it for fun. I'll do it tomorrow. Okay, I'll do it tomorrow. For right now, yeah, I got to figure it out because I got Cash App and I got PayPal. And again, nobody has to donate. Okay, I want to just say that much. Anybody that loves trading is welcome on the stream. Whether you donate or not, it's you're welcome equally. But what I would like to get going is if I get enough people, a weekly quote unquote membership subscription, $5 a person, that's completely fair. That's $1 a day. I mean, nobody would have a problem with $5 a week if I get enough people. Okay, I could start it now or whatever, but once I get enough people, I can maybe build, a small base of students, if you want to call it, that could do the $5 a week, and that's kind of like the guaranteed amount. And then, if any of my lessons help you, and contribute to you doing good on the trade, you could possibly um, share, you know, help me help you by sharing, profits from a trade you made, from my help. That would be probably a more realistic approach. Um, so if you kill it on a trade and you make, $500 or $1,000 on a trade, um, you know, a little donation would be greatly appreciated. But don't be following me on all my trades, okay? As you can see, I'm not I'm not perfect here, okay? So I make mistakes, as I did today. So if you would have just been like, oh, okay, I'm gonna get out when he gets out, well, those 413 puts wouldn't have been looking so pretty on that bounce back to 415. But again, that's trading for you. That's how it works. And I even called it out there too. I even called out. What did I say? I said there's going to be a hard bounce wherever they go. If we hit 412, it's going to bounce. It literally did exactly what I said it would. Well, I came back. I wasn't quick on it, and it just got away very quickly, as I said it would. But that's trading. You're sitting in there, hopefully, okay, one more push, and then I'll get out, and that's how trading is. But okay, I kind of got to wrap it up now. Hopefully we get that gap up tomorrow, guys. So I'm for reals can make some money on those 420 calls you got, and then hopefully we get that blow off tomorrow so we can get some really nice. I'm looking for at least 5 points to the downside. So if they could run into 417, 5 points takes us back to 412. If we get some kind of capitulation tomorrow, a big flush capitulation to 410, probably cracking 410, is very, very possible. Very possible. It is interesting though, because with this 200 creeping up here, it might not happen tomorrow. It might happen Thursday. Because I've seen it before, where this 200 going into Thursday will be caught up to where we are. It'll be way up here, maybe above 415, maybe like 414, wherever this 200 is. And once that starts to flatten out, that could set us up for, the capitulation, blow off, rug pull, whatever you want to call it. The longer this thing catches up, if we don't get it till Thursday, then Thursday could possibly set us up, for a big capitulation down to 407, which this would be a great dip buy if we get here on some capitulation. I would love that, because we could play it to the downside to 407, and then we could play it to the upside, back to like 410. So, all right, guys. Man, I couldn't be happier after that closed. Oh my God. All day, and finally saved it into that. Oh, and another thing too is, crazy it may sound, when I'm at work, I kind of watched bits and pieces of the stream at work. It's actually kind of a good. It helps me learn, listening to myself as I'm making the calls, what I was thinking. So that's why it's good to go over your trades. You don't have to do it right when it closes. I don't go over my trades usually until, well, when I'm at work or later at night, because you got to clear your mind. You can't just be staring at charts all day and then, go over your trades after you've been trading all day. You need to reset. You need to step away and just get away. You can't be looking at a computer all day. But yeah, definitely go over your trades and see what you did right or wrong, or why you got in where you got in, where you could have gotten at a better price if you were patient and waited. It's good to go over your trades to learn from what you did right and wrong. So playing back the stream, listening to it, it is a little bit helpful, because it helps me see my mistakes as I'm doing them live.
No, I don't have I don't have a daily trading goal. My goal is to make money. Period. You really can't put a number on it because at the same time, then that goal could go against you too because it could cause you to force trades because you didn't hit your goal. Like, okay, one more trade so I can make that extra $50 or whatever. It works both ways. I'm not saying don't have a trading goal. I'm not saying a daily goal. You know, you could have a number um, in your head. One of the big mistakes I do, they say when you're doing well, you should be, pressing harder the better you do. But for me, that usually doesn't work good because what happens is I get that cushion, and that cushion is like, oh, okay, yeah, I'm up X amount, we're okay. And I got to start looking at it more as, no, that's not a cushion, that's my money. No, that's my new money, that's my new 0 point. That's my new starting level. It's not. So when you go into the next day, it's not like, okay, I'm up 500 from yesterday. It's like, no, you got to go into the next day flat. You're not up anything. You got to attack the market all over again. So anyway, okay, I'm gonna wrap it up, guys. Yeah, same time tomorrow. Hopefully, I get some good sleep. I'm not using it as an excuse, but man, you got to be careful with your sleep. It does affect you. And I woke up today pretty much an hour before when I should have woken up. And it definitely plays a toll. So don't neglect your sleep or your exercise too. Exercise definitely makes your mind sharper. So don't be a sloth. Get off your butt and do something. All right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow in Patrick's room as usual. And hopefully tomorrow's gonna be a good day. It's gonna be very rare. We're gonna have just some quiet inside day. So hopefully we get that blow off tomorrow. That'd be very good. All right, guys. I will see you tomorrow.